once we have the witness seated, then let's go ahead and bring in our jury, okay? And once we have the witness seated, then let's go ahead and bring in our jury, okay? They're very harsh, unforgiving. Okay, sure.
All right. I'll do this right now.
Okay, very good. Welcome back. Everyone have a seat. Welcome back, members of the jury. On our kind of extended break, did any of you speak to anyone about this case, watch, read, listen to any news accounts or social media posts, or do any independent investigation on your own? Okay, seeing no hands, I take that as a no. And state your next witness is?
Robert Howard.
All right, Mr. Howard, I'm going to ask that you please stand up and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this class will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Okay, you can sit down. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, would you state your name into the microphone as close as you can there, just to make sure that everyone can hear you? Sir, do you have a nickname?
Yes, ma'am.
What is your nickname?
Kenny Caps.
Kenny Caps?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you get a little bit closer to the microphone, please? Thank you.
Kenny Caps.
Were you present with the victim, Charles Jones, on the night that he was killed?
Yes, ma'am.
And who is Charles Jones to you?
Close friend
How long have you known him?
all my life.
Did you all grow up in the same neighborhood or different neighborhoods?
Same neighborhood.
And did you know Charles Jones by any nicknames?
Yes, ma'am.
What are those nicknames?
Foolio, 6, 7. Yes, ma'am.
When you say 6, is that a reference to something?
Yes, ma'am.
What's that a reference to?
A part of our neighborhood, apartments in our neighborhood.
What neighborhood would you say that you are from?
Avenue B, 45th and Avenue B.
45th and Avenue B, is that in a certain area of Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
What area of Jacksonville is that?
North side.
North side?
Yes, ma'am.
And was Charles Jones or 6 from the north side as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the area that he's from called?
Hilltop, 6 block. Yes, ma'am. 6.
Hilltop and 6 Block?
Yes, same thing.
Are they also on the north side of Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, clearly you're present in court today and you're incarcerated.
Yes, ma'am.
What are you in jail for?
Distribution charge.
A distribution charge
Yes, ma'am.
of drugs?
Yes, ma'am. Of drugs. Yes, ma'am.
Is the distribution charge a state charge or a federal charge?
Federal charge.
And do you have additional state violations?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that a new law case or is that something else?
New law case, I think.
What is the state violation for?
The state violation is just the new charge of the federal charge.
Okay, so if I can kind of clarify a little bit, you have a new federal case
No.
for distribution, the case you told us about just now.
Yes, ma'am.
And you have state level charges. Are you on probation for something at the state level?
Yes, ma'am. I'm on
Okay.
probation. Yes, ma'am.
When you mentioned that you have some state charges, what are you exactly on probation for at the state level?
Manslaughter and an aggravated battery and a battery on the Leo.
And were you sentenced and served the sentence on the battery, the simple battery?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you still on probation for the manslaughter and the aggravated battery?
Yes, ma'am.
Did those arise out of the same offense, like something that happened on the same day?
Yes, ma'am.
Who died related to the manslaughter charge?
Gerard Adams.
Gerard Adams.
Yes, ma'am.
And who was shot when you indicated that you have an aggravated battery as well?
Willie Royal.
Willie Royal.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that individual someone that has a nickname as well?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And do you know the nickname of Willie Royal?
Go crazy, will go crazy, something like that, in that nature.
Go crazy or will go crazy, is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you entered a plea of guilty as to those charges, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
When did that actually happen?
2018.
And did Joe Rod Adams have a nickname?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that nickname?
Spaz.
Spaz?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember the day it happened in 2018?
I'm not sure. I'm not direct. I think it's the 24th. I think it was August 24th, 2018.
August 24th of 2018?
I think so.
Do you recall how long it took for you to be arrested for that offense?
Like 3 days. I think that Tuesday happened Friday, Tuesday.
What were the circumstances of that manslaughter and aggravated battery charge? What happened?
Well, can you restate that?
Yes.
Your question.
Where was was it a shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did the shooting happen?
At a high school in Jacksonville.
What was the name of the high school?
Raines High School.
Raines High School.
William M. Raines, yes, ma'am.
And were you present at Raines High School on August 24th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you present with other people?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Joe Rod Adams, as you mentioned, also present at that football game or after that football game?
Yes, ma'am.
And was the individual Willie Royal or Will Go Crazy also present at that football game?
Yes, ma'am.
After the conclusion of that football game, was there a shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
And as a result of that shooting, did Joe Rod Adams or Spaz pass away?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the crime that you were arrested for a few days later?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was ultimately your sentence for that crime?
5 years in, 10 years on probation.
When you say 5 years in, can you explain to the jury what that means?
I served 5 years incarcerated and will have 10 years on probation.
How old were you on the date you were arrested?
16
And were you charged as a juvenile or as an adult?
as an adult.
So is the probation that you are currently serving that you have violated with a new federal drug charge, the probation from that manslaughter and aggravated battery case?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long, so you spent the 5 years in custody on the original sentence.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you start probation upon your release?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall when you got released?
May 31st, 2023.
May 31st of 2023?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall the date that you were arrested on the federal drug charges?
June 23rd or 24th, 2024.
The day of the homicide fraudulence or the day after?
The day after the homicide, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So only one day outside of him passing away, you were arrested.
Yes, ma'am.
In total, since your initial arrest on August 27th or so of 2018 through today's date, outside of the days you just told us, so from May 31st through June 24th, 2023 to 2024, have you been incarcerated for the rest of that time?
Yes, ma'am.
So you have the new federal drug case. Have you pled to that case, or is that case still pending?
Still pending.
And are you awaiting sentencing on that case?
Yes, ma'am.
How about the probation violation case? Have you had a hearing on that matter yet to resolve that case?
No, ma'am.
In this case, for which you are seated in the witness box, did you receive a court-ordered subpoena to appear?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to speak with your attorney without telling us the context of that, but to understand the implications of not complying with that subpoena?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you want to be here?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you understand the difference between you being here under a subpoena as a witness and being like a co-defendant or a defendant in a case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You're not charged with anything as it relates to Hillsborough County?
No, ma'am.
And do you understand that your case in Duval County are with a Duval County jurisdiction?
Yes, ma'am.
What about, do you understand your case with the federal government is with the federal government?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point in time, were you subpoenaed to appear via an investigative subpoena after your arrest by the federal government to make a statement in this case?
No, ma'am.
You did not receive a subpoena to give a witness statement?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And present for that witness statement, did you also have an attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that while you were still in custody for the sale or distribution of drugs, a federal charge?
Yes, ma'am.
So as it stands, you have 4 felony convictions. You're just pending sentencing on the cases that we've already discussed.
Yes, ma'am.
When you pled guilty to the in the death of Gerard Adams or Spaz, was there some type of was there a reason you pled guilty to that case in lieu of taking that case to trial?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that?
It was best in my interest to plea out.
How long had you already been in custody at the time you resolved that case?
Almost 4 years.
Had you been approached at all or ever during the pendency of your time in custody on manslaughter about becoming a witness in the case against another possible shooter?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever make a statement to law enforcement in that case about anyone else from either side?
No, ma'am.
Was there another individual who has been associated to 6 Block that was present with you on the night of Spaz's death?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that?
Adrian Gaynor, Jr.
Was he arrested as well when you were arrested the next week?
No, ma'am.
Did he stay out of custody?
Yes, ma'am.
And ultimately, in the months that followed your arrest, was Mr. Gaynor killed?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you receive some type of benefit or notoriety for not making a statement against anyone in that particular case?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did that, like, what was the form of that? How did you get, I guess, credit for not talking?
It was rumors about who actually pulled the trigger in that case. So, me not saying nothing gave me that honor or that fame. Yes, ma'am.
In 2018, when you went to jail, was drill rap the primary source of income for yourself or Charles Jones in Jacksonville?
No, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
No, ma'am.
When did drill rap start to become popular, if you remember?
In my city, in Jacksonville, around like 2020. I was already incarcerated around 2020.
How would you hear about what was happening with the drill rap scene or YouTube and how you monetize that stuff? How would you hear about that?
At the time, I was incarcerated, so video chat and new people coming in the jail.
And they would kind of update you on the way things were evolving outside?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you actually were released in May of 2023, did you start to develop a little bit of your own following as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Even from custody itself, had you developed somewhat of popularity?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the subject, or at least as you understand it, of the drill rap videos back and forth? What would, for example, Charles Jones rap about?
Dead people in our city, mostly, yeah. People who had passed away from, that didn't like us or didn't like him.
You say people that would pass away that didn't like us or didn't like him? What do you mean by us?
Or where we're from, our neighborhood.
What, I want to be respectful in asking, how did you learn what neighborhoods liked you and didn't like you? Like, how did that come about?
The dissing and the songs and, just history of Jacksonville. Stuff.
Did you know as a child in the neighborhood that you grew up in, areas that you were permitted to go to and areas that you were not?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know that?
Just growing up over time, deaths, people passing away when I'm 5 or 6, and just growing up, gaining knowledge of Jacksonville and what's going on in Jacksonville.
What if you are not directly involved in those things that happen back and forth. If you weren't there or you didn't know anyone involved, are you still taking that on?
You still take precaution. Yes, ma'am.
What if any neighborhood like divisions are there? Are there territories? So you said you're living in the north side. Is
Yes.
Mr. Jones also living there, staying there?
Yes, ma'am.
How about out east? Would you regularly go out east?
No, ma'am.
Is that one of the areas that we've talked about?
No, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Tell me why you wouldn't go out east.
Just the history of Jacksonville, things that's going on in Jacksonville.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I can't hear the witness.
Can you just speak up a little louder, please, Mr. Howard?
I said things that haven't occurred in Jacksonville. So,
Are you familiar with a reference 1200?
yes, ma'am.
And is that in some way related to or correlated with out east?
Yes, ma'am.
So if I said to you out east 1200, you would know what I'm talking about.
Yes, ma'am.
And what does that represent?
Neighborhoods on the east side of Jacksonville.
What about when I say to you 6th block, to you what does that represent?
Apartments on the north side of Jacksonville.
So neighborhoods is your
Neighborhood.
response to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you certified as a gang member when you were originally arrested for the manslaughter of Joe Rod Adams or Spaz?
Yes, ma'am.
And what gang were you associated to?
PCE.
PCE, is that Problem Child Entertainment?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that a group that ultimately was RICO'd about 2017, 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're familiar with what a RICO is?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the older members of PCE at that time, were they all kind of arrested or scooped up?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know the individuals who were arrested in that RICO case?
Yes, ma'am.
How were they related to you? Friends, family?
Just in the neighborhood, same neighborhood.
After PCE, the RICO comes down from that case, do individuals that were associated with PCE start gaining popularity under the moniker 6 Block?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I want to ask you a very direct question. Are you going to tell me at any point during the course of your testimony today that 6 Block is a gang?
No, ma'am.
Will you ever admit that?
No, ma'am.
Will you tell me if 1200 is a gang?
No, ma'am.
Will you tell me if ATK is a gang?
No, ma'am.
That's never going to happen.
Never.
Are you familiar with the statutes in Florida defining gang membership?
No, ma'am.
Are you, do you have concerns about making any admissions about gang membership on, as you testify?
No, ma'am.
Your position is that these are neighborhoods.
Yes, ma'am.
What if individuals from those neighborhoods kill on behalf of the neighborhood? You're still going to indicate not a gang.
Not a gang.
What if they throw hand symbols? Not a gang.
No, ma'am.
The statute itself does not matter to you, it sounds like.
No, ma'am.
So if I say groups or sides, would you understand the reference if you're refusing to say it's a gang?
Yes, ma'am.
Are 1200 and ATK affiliated to each other? Would they be friendly to each other?
Yes, ma'am.
And would 6 Block be friendly with 1200 or ATK?
No, ma'am.
Are you... Strike that. Is everyone that's in or identifies as 6 Block a rapper?
No, ma'am.
Is everyone that's in or identifies as 6 Block from 6 Block or Hilltop or 45th or Appy?
Can you restate your question?
Yes. You said 6 Block is a neighborhood.
Yes, ma'am.
Everyone who throws a 6, are they all from 6 Block?
No, ma'am.
Now, just like we talked about PCE or Problem Child Entertainment, many of those individuals you said go by 6 Block now.
Yes, ma'am.
At the same time from PCE or Problem Child Entertainment, was there a similar group with 1200 that develops into 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
Cuckoo Gang, something like that. Nickname.
Cuckoo?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that KU?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you at least observed Cuckoo Gang representing 187 boys in their music or on the street?
Yes, ma'am.
But still, your statement is not a gang.
No, ma'am.
If you were shown, no, if someone indicated to you or did a sign that you understand to be 1200, would you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
If you saw that sign, would that be a friendly thing to you or an unfriendly thing to you?
Unfriendly.
Okay. so that's not someone you would like go get drinks with.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you recognize that there are signs for 1200.
Yes, ma'am.
But your indication is that you don't understand that to be a gang.
No, ma'am.
Do you understand the criteria for gang membership could include admitting your gang membership?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I must sustain the objection.
Can you agree that there are specific sides or areas of town that you do not travel to as a result of what's happening in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
What area of town do you not travel to?
East, west.
Had you known Charles Jones at least on one occasion to travel to Melvin Park?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that an area of town that 6 Block was welcome?
No, ma'am.
How long has the back and forth between, whether it was this name, 6 Block, or PCE, 1200, Cuckoo, how long has this back and forth been going on?
A long time.
What do you mean by that? Before you went to jail 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Before you turned the age of 10?
Yes, ma'am. Most likely. Yes, ma'am.
Before, is it as long as you can remember?
As long as I can remember, yes, ma'am.
When you came home from prison in May of 2023, had you had an opportunity to see or spend time with Charles Jones?
Restate your question.
When you came home from prison, did you have a chance to see Foolio?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you spend time with him regularly?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to catch up on the YouTube success he was having?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you also able to obtain some level of success in the same way?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know an individual by the name of Gino Norris?
Yes, ma'am.
Who is that?
It's like my cousin, close friend to the family, but cousins by marriage. My uncle, my great uncle, is married to his auntie. So,
You're a great uncle and his auntie.
yes,
When you say close to the family, I think you've said that a couple of times. Do you mean like your parents or your parents' siblings are friends with their families?
yes, ma'am.
Is that common amongst your friends in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know Gino by any particular nicknames?
Just Gino.
Just Gino.
Yes, ma'am.
Did Gino hang out the way that you and Foolio would hang out? Did he have club appearances or did he go to shows, things like that?
No, ma'am.
Were you profiting or making money off of attending clubs and making appearances with Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you benefiting on your own behalf or were you like working for Foolio?
Kind of both.
What do you mean by that?
Some appearances it'd just be for me, and then sometimes, with him coming to shows and stuff, I'll, get a percentage of it.
And are you paid by the club itself to go there?
About promoters, stuff like that.
What do you do? Do you put on a show or do you just hang out?
I hang out, and I also rap too, so sometimes it all depends on what's going on. It might just be an appearance, or it might be me actually rapping as well.
How do club appearances get you money, or how does the club earn money from that?
We bring people, people want to see us, so they benefit from it as well.
And was, at least to your knowledge, Charles Jones or Julio Foolio probably one of the more profitable rappers in 6 Block?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar at all with the music of Isaiah Chance or Rashad Murphy?
Isaiah Chance, but no, not the other one. No, ma'am.
Not the other one. And do you know of more than one song for Isaiah Chance?
I heard a couple.
Are they doing the same numbers, essentially, that Charles Jones was doing on YouTube?
No, ma'am.
How long have these rival shootings been going back and forth, if you can recall?
Before my time, a long time.
Before your time? Does that mean before you were born?
No, just before, when I was younger. Okay.
Was this happening before you went to jail in 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
How many friends or family have you lost back and forth?
A lot.
Do you have a lot of the friends that you grew up with in Jacksonville still in Jacksonville?
Some of them moved, some of them still here, in Jacksonville.
If you lose a fellow, like a 6 block member or someone from the neighborhood? Are you helping or assisting their families in some way?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. Okay, sustain the objection.
Sir, after your release in 2023, did you start to see some of the drill rap videos that had been published?
Yes, ma'am.
Were those videos being published only by people from 6 block?
No, ma'am.
Were there videos that were published from members of ATK?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there videos published from members of 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to see those videos?
Yes, ma'am.
At the time that you were incarcerated, so at 16 or so, were there drill rap videos that were to the level that they were when you were released?
No, ma'am.
Had you seen music videos where people admitted to crimes on YouTube?
No, ma'am.
Is that the style of, or is that like the life that you were leading when you actually were incarcerated when you were younger?
No, ma'am.
What was different when you actually got out?
The songs, the music, I guess the
Your
era.
Honor, I'm sorry, I can't hear Mr. Howard.
He said the songs, the music.
The songs, the music. It's the new music era of dissing. It's way more vulgar and disrespectful.
When you were originally incarcerated in 2018, were there unspoken rules about who would be dissed or who was off limits?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
That means you can answer, sir.
Okay. What was your question again?
Were there certain members, right, that were, or certain people that were off limits in these disses when you were first incarcerated?
I wouldn't say that. It's just no one really was dissing like how people diss now. So,
What do you mean by that?
I mean, people wasn't talking about the dead people as much as they do now. So, I wouldn't say it was a wrong rule, but people just wasn't doing it.
What about the actual family members of the ops or the opposing side?
Yeah, people wasn't doing it.
But they were doing that when you were released.
Yes.
And that would have been in 2023.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also see a trend that that level of disrespect that you called it was more lucrative?
Yes, ma'am.
But were you also witness to the fact that there were repercussions to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with the homicide of Jake Chitt?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you familiar with the homicide of Jaquan Pickens?
Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me, that's the same individual. I
Yes,
apologize. Of Antonio Tilley.
Yes, ma'am.
Are those individuals that were killed in 2023 after you came home from prison?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those individuals affiliated with the same side?
No, ma'am.
What side was Jaquan Pickens affiliated to?
Just from the north side, from my neighborhood, 45th area.
And what about Tilley? What side was he affiliated to?
I think north side too, but I think he was more like ATK,
That would be friendly or unfriendly to 6 block?
unfriendly.
Unfriendly. In the weeks leading up to the actual homicide in this case, so when Charles Jones is killed, did you see social media start to ramp up as it related specifically to Charles Jones and some of the defendants?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you had an opportunity to see specific Instagram posts back and forth between Charles Jones about a gravesite visit that he had?
Yes, ma'am.
Does the name Royale Smith, is that familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that 23?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know how that individual died?
He was murdered.
Was that in the town center?
Yes, ma'am.
23, he did not die in the year of 2023, did he?
No, ma'am.
But were there social media posts where Charles Jones and other members from the north side went to 23's grave?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see the responses on social media to that?
No, not all of them. No, ma'am.
Did you see some of the responses to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to admit States Exhibit 124A through D.
Okay, the objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
Judge, just briefly, I know I've seen them, but
Yes. Can you do that again? I asked the question.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
no objection, Your Honor.
Ms. Toomey? Mr. Wise? Mr. Petridis? Okay, they'll be admitted.
124A through D. In showing you States Exhibit number 124B, is this one of those images that was on social media?
Yes, ma'am.
Was the response from the other side positive or negative to this post?
Restate your question.
Was this post, did this post make people happy from 1200 or ATK or not happy?
Not happy.
Specifically, was there a post from the Instagram account Gadaze, states 124C? That indicates the biggest mistake anyone on earth could have did.
Mm-hmm.
And ultimately did, on 124A, Mr. Jones post himself at that same place.
Yes, ma'am.
Was this type of dissing going on when you first got incarcerated?
No, ma'am.
Did this incite some back and forth between Mr. Jones and several members of ATK and 1200? on
Yes,
social
ma'am.
media?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also, in the months leading up to the homicide, have an opportunity to see a specific dispute back and forth between Charles Jones and Isaiah Chance?
Yes, ma'am. I heard of it. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Did you see it on the internet?
I was shown. Yes, ma'am.
On what type of social media?
I think Twitter.
Is that Spaces, the X?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that a video or was that like a post?
I think it was posts. I seen pictures and arguing.
What was the dispute about, if you recall?
I think clothes, reference of.
Hold on.
To hearsay, that's evidence you already have to listen to the video.
Okay, so,
This is not for the Spaces argument back and forth, the audio argument. This is an actual Spaces post argument that's going back and forth between Mr. Chance and the victim.
okay. And, come up real quick.
And did you speak specifically to Isaiah Chance over the course of the months leading up to the homicide?
You restate your question?
Did you speak to Gutta in the months leading up to the homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it unusual for you to talk to him?
No, ma'am.
Do you know him by Isaiah Chance as well?
No, ma'am.
You only know a nickname.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know that the individual identified as Gutta is the individual that you now know to be Isaiah Chance?
Instagram, social media.
Had you seen him on Instagram or social media before?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you had an opportunity to see his face on Instagram or social media?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you ever been in face-to-face contact with him in person?
No, ma'am.
How many times do you think you spoke to Isaiah Chance?
A lot.
And why would you talk to Isaiah Chance? Is he 6 Block?
No, ma'am.
Was he affiliated with another side or another group?
Yes, ma'am.
So why would you talk to him?
Just catching up things about life in Jacksonville.
Did you know him before you went to prison?
No, ma'am.
How did you come to know him when you got out of prison?
Social media.
And who reached out to who?
I think he reached out to me.
On several occasions, did you have a chance to see likes from Mr. Chance on your social media accounts?
Yes, ma'am.
And during the course of these conversations that you had with him, you would talk about, you said Jacksonville. What about Jacksonville?
Things that's going on in Jacksonville, people, stuff like that.
People related to 6 Block and ATK and 1200, or the news anchor on the news at night?
People in and from the neighborhood, Jacksonville thing.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about the weekend of June 21st of 2024. Did you have an opportunity to come to Tampa with Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
What day did you come down here?
I don't recall.
Do you know what you did on the first day that you got here?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do?
We came down here, we got settled in, then we went out.
Where did you stay, in a hotel or an Airbnb on night one?
Airbnb.
Do you know anything about Tampa itself or the cities around Tampa?
Not really.
Do you know where the Airbnb was, like what city it was in?
No, ma'am.
Do you know that you went out to a club or a bar of some kind?
Yes, ma'am.
And would that have been Friday?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But you don't know the date that was yet?
No, ma'am.
When you went out on that day, did you have a performance or an appearance for yourself or Charles Jones or with anybody else in your group?
No, ma'am. We just went out,
Just for fun?
just for fun.
What was the purpose of the whole trip to come down here?
Birthday,
Whose birthday?
Charles Jones.
Was there anyone else other than yourself and Charles Jones with you all
It was me, Gino, and Charles Jones.
in your car?
Julio's car. Charles Jones' car.
And other than Fulio's car, did other cars come down to Tampa with you all?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there an individual present by the name of Xavier Edwards?
Not the first night, no.
Was there an individual by the name of Xavier Edwards on the second night?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any kind of relationship with Xavier Edwards?
Yes, ma'am.
What's that relationship?
Another friend.
Does he have a nickname?
Yes, ma'am.
What's that nickname?
We call him Fat Zay.
Fat Zay.
Yes, ma'am.
Is he heavyset?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you heard the nickname Fat Boy?
Yes, ma'am.
And has that ever been used in reference to Mr. Edwards as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have several other nicknames for Mr. Edwards regarding his weight?
Yes, ma'am.
How about Taifa McCrae? Do you know that individual?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you call him Taifa?
No, ma'am.
What do you call him?
Tata.
Tata?
Tata.
And is that your friend as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know any of the women that Mr. McCrae brought with him to the Airbnb?
No, ma'am.
Would that have been on night one that Tata joined you all, or night two?
He was with us night one.
Okay, so night one is you and Charles Jones and Mr. Norris.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And Tata or Taifa McCrae comes with some women, some ladies.
Yes, ma'am.
Does everyone stay in the Airbnb on night one?
Yes, ma'am.
And then there's a second day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. On the second day, where do you all stay? Or where do you go?
So we found another Airbnb.
Did you find another Airbnb?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you go there?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there more people present on day two?
Yes, ma'am.
When we say day two, is that the day that the actual club appearances were supposed to happen? So Truth 18? And
Yes,
Features?
ma'am.
Yes. The club appearances themselves, are those work for you, or is that fun?
Both. We got paid.
Do the clubs provide alcohol or sections or something along those lines?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, specifically as it relates to the other females that were present with you all, so you and Charles Jones and Gino, where there are some girls that also came down that you actually did know.
Yes, ma'am.
Those were separate and apart from Tata?
Yes, ma'am.
Who were the girls that you actually knew that were with you all?
Armani, which was Julio's girl at the time, and I think Aja.
And did they drive in a separate vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
On the night of the first appearance, did you have an opportunity to go to the Airbnb for night 2? So that Airbnb on the same day as the club appearances.
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a pool there?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were you all going to do that day at the Airbnb?
We was planning on having a pool party, just chill, invite, it was to celebrate his birthday party with people from Tampa.
Would you have had a party in advance of actually going out, or were you doing that instead?
We're going to do both. It's supposed to be the pool party, then the show later on.
Does something happen in to change the plans of staying at the Airbnb for that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you all removed from the Airbnb or kicked out or something?
Yes, ma'am.
At that point, were people that you saw posting to social media, if you could remember?
Restate your question.
Were people posting on social media about the pool party and the party at the Airbnb?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you stay to help unload the Airbnb from that night?
No, ma'am.
What did you do?
I fled. I left.
Where did you go to?
I went to the club
And what was your purpose in going to the club?
to check, to see, just scope out the scenery.
Scope out the scenery?
Yeah, of the club.
What does that mean?
Just make sure everything's good, the location of it. Make sure I see everything's all right, before he shows.
Do you have some information about what you're being promised before you get to the club as a part of the appearance? So a section or bottles or girls?
Yes,
only?
ma'am.
And is that what you were checking for when you say check it out?
No, ma'am.
Did you actually arrive at the first club, Teasers, before Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
Was anyone else with you when you got there first?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall who was with you?
His name is Tommy.
Was Tommy also at the Airbnb?
Yes, ma'am.
Is Tommy's nickname Tax Free?
Yes, ma'am.
When you actually arrived at club number 1, did you wait inside or outside for Charles Jones and the rest of his group to show up? And when they texted you that they had arrived, did you come outside?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you a still of what's been previously admitted as States 41A. Are you able to see that picture okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you able to identify yourself in this photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Where are you? If you could just describe yourself.
I have on a white shirt, chain, Jordans, and a hat.
If I point to the individual just to the left of the center of the photograph, is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, whose car is this that you just grabbed here?
Charles Jones.
Okay. Is this where you've indicated you were waiting for them to come and arrive at the first club?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you already done your walkthrough of the club?
Yes, ma'am.
While inside of Teasers, did anything out of the ordinary happen?
No, ma'am.
Were there any problems inside of the club with people that were not a part of your party?
No, ma'am.
How about outside of the club?
No, ma'am.
Could you see that Charles Jones had been posting to social media?
Yes, ma'am.
And over the course of the night, did you see, Charles Jones drinking Don Julio?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there any significance to that?
What do you mean by that?
Was there any importance for that? Like, is that normal that he would drink Don Julio?
No, ma'am.
Did he normally drink?
No, ma'am.
Do you drink?
No, ma'am.
On this particular night, was he drinking?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was he drinking?
Don Julio.
Did you have a conversation with him about the amount that he was drinking?
Yes, ma'am.
Would that have been at club number 1 or club number 2?
At the Airbnb before we left in the club.
What was the conversation like?
To slow down on this drinking.
Was he listening to you?
No, ma'am.
Did you observe him drinking more?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you continue to make comments to him throughout the night?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you take an opportunity at club number 1 to look around outside at your surroundings?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you do that?
I did that to make sure that we were good, pay attention. We live in Jacksonville, and you know, Julio is known for distance, so make sure we're safe for safety reasons.
Is that something that you do regularly?
Yes, ma'am.
Did everything at club number 1 go as you had planned for it to go?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you finish that club appearance and head to another place?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got to the second club, is that the club that has 2 stories?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember the name of that one?
I think it's Truth.
Were you slated to appear at the first club alongside Julio or the second club?
First.
And when we say that you're going to appear, does that mean you are also on these flyers that promote the appearance?
Correct.
Were you on the flyer to promote the first club?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a flyer to promote the second club that you were on?
No, ma'am.
When you arrived at the second club, had anything changed? Were there any issues?
No, ma'am.
Did you all go inside of the second club?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to see whether Charles Jones was still posting on social media?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he?
Yes, ma'am.
At that point, did you say anything else to him about that?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did he say to you?
To relax and to let him enjoy his birthday.
And did you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you all stay at that second club for a little while?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall how long you stayed there?
No more than an hour, like an hour.
Did you all set up or arrange for a place to stay after you had been kicked out of the Airbnb that second night?
That's why we were there. By the time, yes, ma'am, we were trying to.
At the club.
Second club, yes, ma'am.
And so were you searching for places while you were there?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you successful in finding a place?
No, ma'am.
Was anyone successful in finding another place?
No, ma'am. Another Airbnb, no, ma'am.
At some point, is the appearance at club number 2 over?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have an opportunity to head down to the parking lot with Miss Adoja and Miss Armani Turner?
Yes, ma'am.
Did everyone else in the party also leave or go to their cars at the same time as you?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, the state seeks to introduce States 149B.
Okay, any objection? Mr. Gonzalez?
No objection.
Ms. Toomey? Mr. Wise? Ms. Petrides? Mr. Petrides? Okay, admitted?
So I'm going to show you 149B. Can you see the screen okay?
Yes, ma'am.
In this image, is this fairly depict what the first floor looked like when you all returned to your cars?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see yourself in this particular image?
Yes, ma'am.
And where, if you can describe on the paper, are you in this image?
By the car that's lighting up with the headlights on.
That's lighting up with the headlights. So this individual at the center left.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you all are leaving at this point?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, whose car is this? Is this Mr. Jones's car, or are you leaving in another car?
It's Armani's car.
Is Armani Mr. Jones's girlfriend?
Yes, ma'am.
Who else was in the vehicle with you and Armani?
Aja.
And is that the group that you rode to the Home to Suites with?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you seated inside of that vehicle?
The back seat.
And who was driving?
Armani.
When you actually arrived at the Home to Suites, did you stay inside of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see where Charles Jones's car was?
Yes, ma'am.
And what happens next as you are at the Home to Suites?
That's when I hear the shots go off.
Could you see where the shots were coming from?
No, ma'am.
What did you do?
I ducked.
And after you ducked, did you say anything to anyone?
I told Armani to go.
Did you tell Armani to go anywhere in particular, anywhere specific?
No, ma'am.
And where did she actually go?
She turned out, hitting, like, going on the street. Yeah.
When you say she turned out, was she driving the car forward or backward once the shots rang out and you told her to go?
She backed up. Backed up.
As she backed up, did she get out onto the street without anything else happening?
We bumped into another car.
You bumped into another car?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that mean hit them with your car?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you keep going after that?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you go?
We found help. She found help.
What do you mean by that? Like, tell me where the car went.
We was driving, so when we got back on the street, we did a U-turn, And as we were going down the street, we seen police officers stop. I don't know, they had someone pulled over. So she went and got help. I didn't say anything. She talked to the police, and the police followed us back to the scene.
Did you stay inside of Armani's vehicle at that point, Ms. Turner's vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go back to the scene when the police were following you back?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got back to the scene, did the police tell you to get out?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where were you?
I was in the back seat.
Where were you in the car in relation to where Foolio or Charles Jones's car was?
His car was parked like in a parking spot, and we were like facing like vertical towards it.
So if his car was facing out towards the roadway, were you facing the same way, or were you like
On the side,
making
yes.
making a corner?
Yeah, making a corner.
When Armani Turner stopped the car, could you see inside of the black Dodge Charger?
No, but when I got out and walked up to the car.
When you walked up to the car, did the police start to yell at you?
Yes, ma'am.
And after the police yelled at you, did they put you in handcuffs or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Did they give you any instructions on where to go?
No, ma'am.
So what did the police tell you to do?
They told me they wanted to ask me some questions, but I had to wait till the lead detective came on scene, so I had to stay with them.
Did you want to stay?
No, ma'am.
At this time, the state will seek to admit State's Exhibit 149C.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
No objection.
Ms. Toomey? Mr. Wise? Mr. Petridis? Admitted.
Sorry, I'm publishing State's 149C. Are you able to identify yourself in this footage?
Yes, ma'am.
And where are you standing?
I'm standing to the left of the picture.
Okay, on the left side of the picture. Is that in the same clothes that you described to us from the last photos?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you still wearing a white top and basketball shorts, blue and white?
Yes, ma'am.
And was there a vehicle parked to the right of the vehicle that you all had arrived in on the other side of this officer?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the vehicle that you indicated you tried to go up to with Mr. Jones inside?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you, even in the moments that you tried to get to the vehicle, see someone inside of the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know who it was?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you only see one person?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this vehicle on the left of this image in 149C the vehicle that you arrived back in with the police following after you?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, those police officers you said came up to you and tried to talk to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Were there several individual police officers that tried to speak to you or spoke to you before the lead detective actually arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm not sure if you remember clearly that moment, but they would have had on a uniform instead of maybe like a button-down shirt. Do you recall talking to officers that were in a uniform?
Yes, ma'am.
More than one?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you asked by officers, including the lead detective when he arrived and spoke to you, about what happened that evening?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you tell law enforcement about the Airbnb?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you tell law enforcement about the club appearances that you had?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you tell law enforcement about 2 clubs?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you tell law enforcement where you were in the car when the shooting occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
How about the ducking? Did you tell them about your position at all inside the car?
Yes, ma'am.
And when the first officers that responded and told you all to get away from the black Charger told you to wait for the detectives, did you do so?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know the lead detective in this case? He would have been in plain clothes, not a uniform. Do you know if you talked to him?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you at any time assist law enforcement by helping to keep Armani away?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you asked about whether there had been any fights or arguments at the club appearances by law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you answer those questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you tell law enforcement that there's a gang rivalry in Jacksonville?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, ma'am.
Sustained, yep.
Did you tell law enforcement anything about gangs during the course of those interviews?
No, ma'am.
Did you tell law enforcement anything about anyone being in a gang?
No, ma'am.
Did you speak to anyone that night about the drill rap scene in Jacksonville?
No, ma'am.
At this point, did you know who had committed the murder?
No, ma'am.
As you were on scene, did you start to see some posts that became relevant to you from individuals from Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you see those posts?
Instagram.
Are you familiar with a social media account linked to Gada Zay?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see any social media post from the account of Gut as Egg?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see any Instagram accounts from an account called Ghost187?
I don't recall.
Seeing a post on that?
I don't recall. No, ma'am.
Do you know an individual by the name of Ghost?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you talked to, prior to the homicide, an individual by that name?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you seen the face of an individual by that name on a prior occasion?
Yes, ma'am.
The timing of the posts that you saw to social media, were those before or after you had a chance to speak with Mr. Jones's family members?
I think right before.
Can you talk to us a little bit about your relationship or prior relationship with Isaiah Chance? If he's not affiliated to 6 Block or he's associated with other groups, why would you maintain a friendship or relationship with him?
Can you restate your question?
Why would you be friends with Isaiah Chance, knowing he does not get along with 6 Block?
We had just conversations. His music was okay, and I heard about him, so we had conversations, talking. I took a liking to him, so we started having conversations, more conversations.
And did you ever speak to him about anything that was going on inside of 6 Block or with 6 Block people?
No, ma'am.
What was the purpose? What were you hoping to gain by having these conversations with him?
What I wanted to gain from talking to him. That's your question.
Yes.
Just, stuff was going on in Jacksonville, hoping he'll say something or anything or leading to something, just excess stuff about other neighborhoods.
So we're not talking about, like where the new nice restaurants are.
No, ma'am.
You were hoping to get information.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you asking him directly for information?
No, ma'am.
The way that you talked to him, were you hoping that he would accidentally give you information?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you actually want reading?
Overruled.
Did he at times give you information?
No, ma'am.
Did you, in the course of your conversations with Isaiah Chance, actually slip up?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did that occur?
A female I was dealing with at the time, text him, I think. Put his number into Cash App, thinking I was messing off, and text him.
Okay, so I have to put it in layman's terms. A female that you knew at the time
Yes,
did a
ma'am.
little reverse lookup on a number that you were talking to on your phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would you have had his phone number saved in your phone, like as a name?
No, ma'am.
So she just looked up the number.
Yes, ma'am.
So why did she think you were cheating? Or talking to another girl?
I guess when she put it in Cash App, a girl's name popped up.
Did you have an opportunity later to explain that to her?
Yes, ma'am.
So was it you utilizing your direct phone number to make these contacts or communications with Mr. Chance?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you'd use a different number.
Email.
An email account. So you can make a FaceTime over iCloud or something with
Yes,
an email?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
You didn't have to utilize a phone number?
No, ma'am.
And prior to this homicide, did you also have an opportunity to speak to an individual by the name of Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know him as Rashad Murphy at the time?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you known Rashad Murphy just from growing up?
No, ma'am.
Did you know the nickname of Rashad Murphy at the time?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that the same account you've already told us about, Ghost?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you talk to him on more than one occasion?
Yes, ma'am.
At the time that you spoke to him, were you able to see him?
No, ma'am.
You would talk on the telephone or on FaceTime?
FaceTime.
And how come you could not see him?
He had his camera off.
Had you ever, over the course of your conversations with him, seen his face?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times?
Once or twice.
And was that on FaceTimes?
Yes, ma'am.
How about to Rashad Murphy? Did you have his phone number saved in your phone as a contact, or was it just a number?
Just a number.
What was the nature or the tone of your conversation with Mr. Murphy? Was it the same as Mr. Chance?
No, ma'am.
Okay, what were you talking to Mr. Murphy about?
Stuff in Jacksonville, my prior case.
Was Mr. Murphy related to the victim of that case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he tell you he was related to the victim of that case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he tell you what the relationship was?
Yes, ma'am.
What did he say the relationship was?
That was his brother.
Do you know if that was a real brother or a brother like a close family member?
I didn't know I didn't know. I just went with his word. That was his brother.
Did you reach out to him, or did he reach out to you?
I reached out to him.
And did that happen on FaceTime like you indicated?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you get his phone number?
I got his phone number through him.
Through him?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you communicate with him on social media? Or telephone via text?
Yes, ma'am.
Somehow you made contact with him.
Yes, ma'am.
What is the conversation, or are there more than one?
It's more than one.
And what are you talking about specifically about your prior case?
Who actually killed Gerard Adams? Stuff like that.
But this is at a time when you had already been released from custody
Yes,
from
ma'am.
that case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you still on probation for it?
Yes, ma'am.
So it would have had to happen after your release.
Yes, ma'am.
So at some point after you get out in May, you speak to him.
Yes, ma'am.
What is he asking? Who did it? That's it?
Yeah, just some clarity. Who actually did it?
Were a lot of people asking you that question?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you admitted or made any statements about who actually had pulled the trigger in that case?
No, ma'am.
And specifically after the homicide itself, did you have any contact with Rashad Murphy?
Restate your question.
After Charles Jones was killed, how long were you out of custody?
Like 24 hours.
So you got arrested by the feds within 24 hours.
Yes, ma'am.
From the time that you come back and find Charles Jones at the Black Charger early morning on the 23rd,
Yes,
to
ma'am.
the time that you get arrested by the feds,
Yes, ma'am.
did you have contact with Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
In what way?
He texted me.
And what did he say?
He forgives me.
He forgives you.
Yes, ma'am.
Did he say anything else in the texts?
I think to call him.
Did you actually call him?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, you're the witness's response?
To call him.
To call him.
Did you actually call him?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what that conversation was with him when you actually called him?
Yes, ma'am.
What did he say during the call itself?
He forgives me again. He forgives me. Now, where was I?
Did you understand where were you to be about? Or did he give you any kind of context when he said where were you?
Where was I? Like, I was, just where was I?
What did you respond to that?
I was around.
And did he say anything else?
Stuff like he seen me
Where?
walking down the stairs of the club, I guess. So he seen me by the club. Seen me at the club.
Did he say what you were doing at the club when he saw you?
He said I was paying attention.
That you were or were not paying attention?
I were paying attention.
Then did he make any statements about the actual home to suites, the homicide scene, the location?
Yeah. He said that was him in front of that car.
Did you have any idea what he was talking about?
I kind of did, yes, ma'am.
At that point, had you seen some of the video?
No, ma'am.
So how did you know what he was talking about?
I'm guessing he's in that car, so.
When he said he was standing in front of the car, could you see where the shooters were when you were actually being shot at?
No, ma'am.
Did you know what area Rashad Murphy or Davion Murphy were from?
Yes, ma'am.
Where's that?
Out east.
And is that 1200 territory?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know anything about Sean Gathright before the homicide?
No, ma'am.
Had you been to his house in the suburbs before the homicide?
No, ma'am.
Did either Sean or Gathright or Isaiah Chance grow up in any of the either projects or neighborhoods or areas that you're familiar with?
No, ma'am.
Do you know whether Rashad Murphy or Davion Murphy, on the other hand, were legitimately from out east?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity when you spoke to law enforcement to be shown an array of photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you asked in that array of photographs whether you could identify any of the individuals depicted? Were you asked if you knew anybody in there?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Showing you what has been marked as states 107. Do you recognize these papers?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize your signature?
Yes, ma'am.
And during the course of that, did you have an opportunity to make an identification of an individual in those photographs?
Restate your question.
Did you say that you knew anyone from those pictures?
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically as it relates to Davion Murphy, did you have an opportunity ever to have contact with him?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Davion Murphy?
Correct. No contact. No, ma'am.
Did you ever speak to him?
Yes, ma'am.
When I say contact, I mean in life, have you seen him physically?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you saw him, were you, did you have an opportunity to hear him say anything to you?
Yes, ma'am.
What specifically did he say to you?
He just let me know who he was. He said his name, told me who he was related to, and told me that, you know, he heard, like, I was incarcerated for his cousin.
And did you understand the things he indicated to you to be friendly or threatening in nature?
Unfriendly.
Unfriendly.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the only time you ever had any contact? I don't mean contact like fist fighting, but I mean,
Yeah.
is that the only time you ever came into contact with Davion Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you seen Rashad Murphy, Davion Murphy, or Isaiah Chance in the parking lot at Teasers? What would you have done?
I would have been on high alert. I would have protected myself.
Same thing with Truth 18.
Yes, ma'am. Same thing.
Had you seen anyone from 1200 in the Tampa area? Would that have been a sign of anything to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yep.
Your Honor, I will pass the witness at this time.
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez?
One moment, Ron.
Sure.
Excuse me, ma'am. You know the camera's on.
Mr. Howard, you have stated that with regard to when people talk about gang affiliations, 1200, ATK, 6 Block, whatever other gangs may be talked about, the world calls them gangs, but you just call them neighborhoods, correct?
Correct.
And you believe 6 Block is just a neighborhood, Hilltop, right? It's an apartment complex.
Correct.
And you believe 1200 is an area out east, correct?
Correct.
Hilltop, or 6 Block, is on the north side, correct?
Correct.
And in between and all around, there are other groups, not gangs, that operate based on their neighborhood and who they know and who they grew up with, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think you talked about on direct hand signs that are used, whether it be for 6 Block, whether it be for 1200, whether it be for ATK or any other group. Those hand signs depict that you are from that neighborhood,
It can, yes, sir.
okay? And putting your thumb with your middle finger like this, that's 1200, right?
It can mean several things. Jacksonville, they would think that, yes, sir.
Jacksonville,
In Jacksonville, yes, sir.
If we were in Jacksonville and we did this, it'd be 1,200, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay? And people that aren't in 1,200 do this in Jacksonville, don't they?
Yes, sir.
Okay? In fact, you have done this before, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay? And you do it just to do it? Just because it's doesn't really mean much. Doesn't mean anything, does it?
Yes, sir.
Is there a hand sign for 6 block?
It's a yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Show me what it is.
For the record, what is that, Mr. Gonzalez?
And that's going to be your
6.
index finger and your thumb that are coming together, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then the other 3 fingers are all in one line, so it kind of looks like a 6, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Other people that are not 6 block do this too, don't they?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could they do it because they are following maybe a rapper or a group that are producing or showing rap videos?
Yes, sir.
And because in fact, Charles Jones is 6, right?
Yes, sir.
And he named himself that, right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, he named 6 block, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
And you were very close friends with Mr. Jones, correct?
Yes, sir.
You talked about some other people. You talked about Xavier Edwards, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, who you know.
Yes, sir.
And you called him Fat Boy.
Yes, sir.
You've given some statements already, and you've testified in the past in this case, right?
Yes, sir.
You've never referred to him as Fat Boy before today, have you?
Yes, sir.
You have?
Yes, sir.
You think you have in any statement you've ever given referred to him as Fat Boy?
I don't recall.
And what about, isn't he called 55?
Yes, sir. 5'5".
How about Omerta?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so these are some of his 6 block names, correct?
Just nicknames.
Nicknames.
I won't say 6 block names. Yes, sir.
But you don't know if you've ever referred to him as Fat Boy previously.
Well, Fat Boy is something like we would call him on the one-on-one tip, like inside Fat Boy, but to like social media, he'll be Omerta 5'5" and stuff like that.
Yeah, so that's just something between a friend to a friend or
Yes,
a person
sir.
to a person that he knows each other, right?
Yes, sir.
Not what he's known as on the street,
Yes, sir.
okay? Or what you would refer him as if you were talking to third parties.
Yes, sir.
And Tata,
Yes, sir.
he was 6 block too, right?
No, sir.
Excuse me? He's
No.
not.
He's
not 6 block.
He's from around. No, sir.
Okay. You don't know whether or not he was documented as a 6 block member or associate?
No, sir.
I'm sorry, you don't know, or the answer is no?
I don't know if he's documented as a 6 block game. No, sir. I don't.
And what about you? You know that you are documented as a 6 block member, right?
Yes, sir.
And I think you told the state on your direct examination that the night that you were at the hotel, you didn't talk to them about neighborhoods or gangs, correct?
No, sir.
And you didn't talk to them about conversations that you were supposed to have had that caused you concern, did you?
No, sir.
And you didn't talk to them about anybody that you thought, because of these alleged conversations, might have been a person that could have killed Charles Jones, correct?
No, sir.
In fact, you say on a regular basis, don't you, I don't talk to police. Isn't that a fact?
On a regular basis?
Yeah. You normally, and your position is in your life, I don't talk to police. Isn't that the case?
Can you rephrase it?
In your regular life, walking around, you have said, I don't talk to police. Isn't that true?
Yeah, I've said that. Yes, sir.
And that night was pretty much the same situation. You didn't talk to the police about the things that might have been going on behind the scenes, correct?
I talked to the police about the questions they asked. Yes, sir. Every question they asked, I answered.
Right, about what happened there that night.
Yes, sir.
And where you had been, and who you stayed with, and what you saw, right?
Yes, yes, sir.
But nothing about what really could have been happening, right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And Mr. Howard, you're called Kenny Caps because you cap people.
Objection, Your Honor.
You can answer.
No, sir.
Okay? And I think you said you're called Kenny Caps because of South Park?
Correct.
Kenny on South Park?
Correct.
Kenny McCormick on South Park, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay? That doesn't have anything to do with Caps, does it? It has to do with Kenny.
That came with it.
When it comes to whatever vague knowledge you have about Rashad Murphy, you have heard that he's 1,200, correct?
No, sir. Correct. Restate your question.
You have heard from others that Rashad Murphy's 1,200, correct?
I know and I heard. Yes, sir.
Okay?
Right, boy.
And you know because other people have told you so, correct?
Instagram and social media. It's Instagram name.
Well, you've never seen Rashad Murphy on Instagram, have you?
I seen this Instagram page.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
And his page doesn't have a picture of him, does it?
No, sir.
And it doesn't have any pictures of his kids or his fiance, does it?
No, sir.
And it doesn't have any pictures of him hanging out with other people, correct?
No, sir.
What it has is an Instagram, Ghost187.
Correct.
And because of that, that is why you believe that Rashad Murphy is Ghost, correct?
Yes, sir.
Along with other people that have said that, correct?
Rephrase it. What you're saying?
The other reason is because other people have told you that, correct?
No, sir.
But what you do know, right, is Rashad Murphy is from the East Side. That's where he was raised, correct?
Correct.
So as I understand your testimony, Mr. Howard, you are telling us that you had communications with Rashad Murphy, correct?
Correct.
And the first time that you have told anyone that you had these communications with Mr. Murphy was the statement that you gave to prosecutors and law enforcement on August 4th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
And in June of 2024, which was the death of Charles Jones, you didn't tell law enforcement then that you had had conversations with Rashad Murphy, correct?
Correct.
But since that time, even though you were arrested right after you got back, I think you think June 24th, correct?
Correct.
You had seen Mr. Murphy on the news a lot as it relates to this case, haven't you?
Correct.
And it was all over social media as well, correct?
Correct.
And even though you are incarcerated, you can see those things on a regular basis, right?
Correct.
And people in the jail talk about it constantly, day and night, do they not?
Correct.
So, you picking out Rashad Murphy from a photo pack, a group of pictures, shouldn't surprise us because you already know what Rashad Murphy looks like as a result of all of that TV coverage, right?
I talked to him. I knew how he looked before the TV coverage.
Well, we'll get to that, but you said that was one time, right?
2 times.
Okay. And, well, did you not testify in direct examination you saw him one time?
I said 1 or 2 times.
One, you said 1 or 2 times.
Yes, sir.
You don't know exactly how many times, correct?
He's taught. Yes, sir.
What you did say, though, is that you had 3 or 4 FaceTime conversations with him, right?
Correct.
And those FaceTime conversations were either showing a black screen or the ceiling or the wall, correct?
Correct.
That's what you testified to, correct?
Correct.
You also said that the way that that happened is that you got his number and you reached out to him.
Correct.
But you didn't know him at all prior to getting out of prison in 2023, correct?
Correct.
Didn't even know who he was, had never seen him before, correct?
I've seen him before.
You've seen him before out on the street somewhere, walking on the sidewalk?
No, sir.
How would you see him before?
His pictures float around social media.
Floating around social media prior to you getting out in 2023? You didn't see it then. You're talking about afterwards, right?
Oh, yeah, after I got out.
Okay, so before then, you didn't know him.
Oh, no, sir.
And you never seen him in person, correct?
No, sir.
So this conversation that allegedly occurred after Foolio's murder
Yes, sir.
happened when you got back to Jacksonville, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you say that during the course of that conversation, you simply got a quick glance, 5 or 6 seconds of his face, correct? Because he was putting the phone up to his ear? Is that a fact?
I seen his face before then. A FaceTime before then.
And that was I thought it was one time. 1 or 2 times, and you're not sure which, 1 or 2?
Not the last conversation, a time before.
Was the phone call or the communication with a 904 number?
I don't recall.
Don't recall the number? Don't
I
recall
recall.
the area code?
I don't recall the area code.
Okay. Let me ask you, was there a 2 in the first 3 digits of the phone number?
I seen the 2 in the number. Yes, sir.
Was it in the first 3 digits?
I think so.
Like, you know how you say 813 Tampa or 904
It was in the first.
Duval?
It was in the first 3 digits. It was in the area code, or it was in the beginning of the first numbers.
Okay. So before you have like the hyphen and then you get the last 4.
Yes, yes, sir.
You sure about that?
I think I'm sure. I think I'm positive.
Would it surprise you if Mr. Murphy's phone doesn't have a 2 in the first 3 digits? Would that be surprising to you?
It wouldn't be surprising. That means he wasn't calling me. If he was calling me from a different number, then
Okay, so he's calling you from a different number than his own.
yes, sir.
You wouldn't have saved his number in your phone, correct?
No, sir.
So actually, this whole thing started allegedly because you reached out to him first, correct?
Correct.
Would the number that he was calling from end up being in your phone because of that communication, correct? Because it was a FaceTime.
Correct.
And you had that number since you got out of prison in 2023, correct?
No, that phone wasn't in service.
I'm sorry?
The phone wasn't in service.
Okay, so the phone that you were talking to him from, it was the phone you had since you got out of prison.
No.
It was a different phone,
Yes, sir.
and that phone had a username, correct?
Correct.
Kenny Caps,
No, sir. 8 p.m. Yes, sir. 8 p.m. Kenny Caps. Yes, sir.
ABM Kenny Caps.
Correct.
And it also had a 904 area code and 203 with first 3 digits, correct?
I don't recall. No,
You
sir.
don't recall? You don't recall what that number was?
No.
But you had that phone on you when you were arrested in Jacksonville, right?
Correct.
And that phone was seized or taken by law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
And that's where it is, as far as you know, right now as we speak today.
Correct.
So talking a little bit, strike that. The drill rap videos that you talked about a little bit on direct examination, you've seen lots of them, right?
Correct.
And it may not be just 6-block videos, may not be just 1,200 videos. You look at a lot of drill rap videos, don't you?
Correct.
And is that because you just like the music, you're a rapper yourself? Are you a drill rap video at times? A drill rap rapper at times too?
No, sir.
Okay. So you just rap, you don't drill rap.
No, yes, sir. Correct.
I'm sorry, you know what?
Correct.
Okay. But you've seen a lot of them, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And they are put on social media, on YouTube, in order to get clicks, correct?
Correct.
And that turns into money based on views and based on the platform that's being utilized, right?
Correct.
And it's been your experience that everything that's said in those drill rap videos are not true, correct?
Yes, sir. Depends.
So some is not, correct?
Correct.
You would agree with me that portions of what are in these videos, regular videos, drill rap videos, aren't always correct, are they?
Correct.
They're not always true, are they?
Correct.
They don't always have facts in them as much as they have lyrics that people want to hear, correct?
Correct.
So, talking about your history a little bit, Mr. Howard, as you testified earlier. It's your testimony that Adrian Gaynor killed Joe Wright Adams, correct?
Rephrase that.
It is your testimony that Adrian Gaynor killed Joe Wright Adams in 2018 at Raines High School, correct?
When is that testimony?
Well, I'm asking you, isn't that a fact?
Correct.
And that was like anything else in Jacksonville that has to do with neighborhoods, not gangs, I know you said, but neighborhoods. Lots of people in Jacksonville knew that, didn't they? They knew it immediately.
Correct.
And people that were there knew it, correct?
I can't speak on them. I can't speak.
Well,
I don't know.
when it happened, you were around, right? You just didn't shoot anybody, right?
Correct.
And other people that were there knew and saw what happened, correct?
Objection, cross
I-
examination.
If he knows,
Yeah.
if you know.
I can't say who saw it. I don't.
You don't know who was there when it happened?
I do, but I can't say that everyone, other people saw.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you agree with me that they were there, other people were there in the proximity of where it occurred, watching what was happening? You agree with that?
I agree that other people was in the proximity. Correct.
And I'm sorry, I didn't understand you.
He
Is
said
that-
he agrees there are other people in the proximity.
Okay. So you would also agree with me that there was lots of word out there. There was lots of people, the street knew that Robert Howard didn't kill Joe Wright Adams, right?
Correct.
So anyone who wanted to know what that story was, all they needed to do was ask a lot of different people that had information on it. Isn't that right?
Correct.
But yet you got charged with it, and Adrian Gaynor did not, correct?
Correct.
Is it your testimony that you actually didn't even see Joe Wright Adams get shot?
Correct.
And your testimony, is it a fact that you didn't even know Joe Wright Adams was at the football game, correct?
Correct.
In fact, Mr. Howard, Rashad Murphy didn't believe you were the shooter because everyone out there knew who the shooter was, right?
I can't say that. I can't say what he feels or how he felt.
But there was certainly a lot of information out there to suggest that you didn't do it. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And so initially you were charged with a first-degree murder, right?
Correct.
And at the end of the day, you had served so much time in jail, you figured, let me just plead to a manslaughter because it's going to get me out, right?
Correct.
truth is, Mr. Howard, that when you got back to Jacksonville and you were thinking about who might have done this, you were concerned about a bunch of fake pages that were on social media that might have been involved in this case from other neighborhoods, right?
Restate your question.
When you got back and you were trying to figure out in your own mind who might have done this, you were concerned because there were lots of fake social media pages that were providing information, correct?
When you say this, what are you referring to?
I'm sorry, Judge?
When you say this, do you mean this homicide or another incident?
This homicide.
Well,
What's a fake page?
A fake page? No, a fake page. A fake account.
So somebody who doesn't want somebody else to know that it's them, correct?
Correct.
And they were putting out information, and you were trying to figure out from those fake pages who might have done this, right?
I wasn't. My concern was my family. You know, I wasn't focused on fake pages concerning. I had just lost a friend, so I don't think my mind was trying to figure out who was on the fake page.
Okay, so you weren't looking at and thinking that there were fake pages out there that were providing information?
I wasn't worried about no fake pages of people.
Well, if you weren't worried about it, you were looking at them, correct? And they,
Sustain.
and you saw, as you were still in Tampa, until you went back to Jacksonville, social media was on fire, wasn't it?
Correct.
And you were looking at lots of accounts and lots of posts, and some people saying things that might have truth, and other people saying things that don't have any truth at all, correct?
Correct.
And you started reviewing these things in the morning or when you got back?
Not really. I just checked I really was trying to stay off my phone. I was seeing just posts like, news feeds and stuff like that, but I really wasn't talking to no one. Friends, family, I was trying to keep, I just went through something very dramatic, so.
Well, but you were looking at social media, right?
Yeah,
And you were seeing what people were posting, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're talking about notifications, meaning not a social media notification. You're talking about a notification from like a news
Yeah,
notification.
I wasn't worried about really who was texting me or sending me stuff. I was just looking on my timeline.
Were you looking for specific people posting, or were you just reading about anybody and everybody that was posting? Because there was lots of it, right?
But yeah, whatever came on my timeline, I seen it.
So, Mr. Howard, you talked about this conversation where you alleged that Mr. Murphy told you in Jacksonville, I forgive you, right?
Correct.
And you didn't really respond to that, correct?
No, sir.
And he allegedly told you that he saw you that night, right?
Correct.
And he could have done something to you, and he didn't, right?
Correct.
He was talking about allegedly you paying attention, right?
Correct.
And you were paying attention at truth because you kind of protect Charles Jones, right?
I want to say protect.
Well, you watch out for his back, and you make sure about what's going on around you, right?
Correct.
And you were concerned because there were some cars in that Truth parking lot that bothered you, right?
Correct.
And it was because the headlights were on in these cars, right?
Correct.
And it gave you an uneasy feeling despite nobody really doing anything in particular, right?
Rephrase that.
Nobody had done anything, but they were there. They were in the Truth parking lot.
Correct.
And you being observant, like you are, were
Correct.
looking at them, right?
Correct.
And that's what you believe that Mr. Murphy was allegedly telling you, that he saw you there, right?
Correct.
When you saw these cars, were you on the bottom floor there of the parking lot, just taking a look around?
Both.
What do you mean by both?
When I was on the floor and walking up the steps, I watched the whole parking lot.
You're on my approach the clerk briefly.
Yeah, I tell you what, why don't we go ahead and take a quick comfort break, so, all right, we'll be back in 10.
All right. All jurors are out, Judge.
Okay, let's go ahead and take Mr. Howard, just back to the holding cell for on the break, and then, if any of the defendants have to use the restroom, take them out after Mr. Howard. So now back, defense counsel's present, the witness is on the stand, state's present, and let's go ahead and bring in our jurors.
All rise. All jurors are in.
Okay, very good. Everyone have a seat. And Mr. Gonzalez, you may continue with your cross-examination.
So, Mr. Howard, we're going to backtrack just a minute so we see where we were when we left off, okay?
All right.
Tired?
No, sir.
So you're alleging that Mr. Murphy told you that he's seen you on the corner, and you guys are referring to Truth Lounge, correct?
Correct.
And he said he could have hopped out, gotcha, but you was paying attention. Is that fair? That's what you said your conversation allegedly with him
Correct.
was, right?
Correct.
And there was a time when you looked out in the parking lot and you saw some cars in the parking lot that bothered you, right?
Correct.
And you never identified any of those cars by make or model or color or told the police about them at all, correct?
Correct.
And they were, in fact, in that parking lot, correct?
Correct.
And this conversation that you're alleging and testifying to today is in relationship to what you were seeing when you were at the Truth Lounge looking through the parking lot and walking up or down the stairs, correct?
Rephrase it.
What we're talking about here is your concern and what you allege that he told you. Mr. Murphy, what he alleged he told you was that he's seen you in that parking lot, correct?
Correct.
You told us you saw a lot in the jail about this case, right?
News, yes, sir.
Okay. And the news had pictures of the people that were suspects or arrested, right?
Correct.
And the news had pictures of the hotel and the area where it occurred, right?
Correct.
And the news had a video of what occurred, where the people were shooting from, where the cars were. It was like a clip of the actual shooting, wasn't it?
Correct.
How many times did you see that? They played it a lot.
I've seen it on the news numerous times.
I'm sorry, you seen it?
I said I've seen it on the news a couple times.
You didn't see the shooters while you were there that night, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see anybody come out and start to shoot.
Correct.
But you did, in fact, see it when it was played on the TV, and you could take a look back and see how it laid out once you saw the clip, right? The people, where they were, how the shooting took place.
Correct.
Did you see your car in that clip?
Correct.
So, Mr. Howard, you have a pending federal criminal court case, correct?
Correct.
And you have a pending violation of probation in state court in Duval County, correct?
Yes, sir.
At one point in time, someone, you or your attorney, reached out to law enforcement or the prosecutors about some information that you knew you had, correct?
Correct.
And that ended up with you providing a statement, which you said was under oath, on August 4th of 2025. You remember that date?
Correct.
And the prosecutors from Hillsborough County were there, right?
Correct.
And the prosecutor from federal court was there, right?
Correct.
Law enforcement was there, correct?
Correct.
And your lawyer was there, you were represented, correct?
Correct.
But even though you don't talk to the police about things like this, you never do, you did then, didn't you?
Correct.
You talked a lot for a couple hours, didn't you?
Correct.
That would be a little bit different than what you normally would do with the police, isn't it?
Correct.
So from June 24th, when you got arrested, day after the murder, until August 4th of 2025, which is about 14 months, you never reached out to anybody to tell them that you had this information, did you?
Correct.
Did you tell your lawyer about it in that first 14 months? That you had this information that can potentially, be of great benefit?
So, yeah, not conversations he had with his lawyer.
Poorly phrased. Let me rephrase that. You didn't contact or have anybody contact law enforcement to tell them about this, did you?
No, sir.
You have tablets in the jail, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Didn't use your tablet to email anybody to say, look, I got information, right?
Correct.
Didn't do that in June when you were arrested in 2024, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you never said anything about this until August of 2025, 14 months later. Is that right?
Correct.
But what did happen is that you had already pled guilty to your federal charges, right?
Correct.
And you were waiting for sentencing, weren't you?
Correct.
And you didn't provide this information to either law enforcement or prosecutors anywhere until you were getting ready to be sentenced in federal court. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
So in federal court, I think you've said you were charged with distribution of methamphetamine, correct?
Correct.
And you have in state court your violation of probation for the manslaughter that started out as a first-degree murder, correct?
Correct.
And also aggravated battery in that same case, correct?
Correct.
And I think you said battery on a law enforcement officer, correct?
Correct.
Your sentencing in federal court has been continued 3 or 4 times already, hasn't it?
Correct.
And that would be waiting for you to testify here today, right?
Well, it's something that else contained in my federal case.
Well, you already pled guilty to it. Once you plead guilty to it, you get set for sentencing, don't you?
Yes, sir.
And then if you don't want to be sentenced on a certain day, you ask to move the sentencing, right?
Yes, sir.
And you guys have done that. You and your lawyer have done that at least 3 times, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're now getting ready to be sentenced again after this testimony, right?
Yes, sir.
And so you sold a half a pound of methamphetamine to an
Your Honor, can we approach?
Yeah, we're not gonna get into the details, okay? Unless it's some special relevance. So do we need to approach?
Can we approach Judge?
Yep.
And I think you told us that during the course of these offenses, you use your telephone, correct?
My email, yes, sir.
When you provided this statement in August of 2025 to prosecutors and law enforcement, you signed a consent for them to use that phone and get into that phone, right? Utilize that phone any way they needed to, right?
Correct.
You have some enhancements to deal with in federal court because of your prior criminal history, don't you?
Correct.
So it's not just regularly what the guidelines may call for. You also have, because of those priors, a possibility of enhanced sentencing, correct?
Correct.
Already, one of the two charges in your federal case was dropped, correct?
Correct.
And these offenses occurred directly between you and an undercover officer, correct?
Correct.
The federal case that you're awaiting sentence on has significant prison time, doesn't it?
Correct.
In fact, the maximum penalty is life in prison, isn't it?
Correct.
And also, the best case scenario for you would be a 15-year minimum mandatory sentence. Do you understand it that way?
Correct.
That does not include what could happen to you in your state court case, right?
Correct.
Because you have a maximum penalty of 15 years in that manslaughter case, correct?
Correct.
And you entered into a plea agreement with the federal government, right?
Correct.
But that plea agreement doesn't set out what your sentence is going to be, does it?
Correct.
It doesn't tell you, I plead guilty to this and I get this sentence, right?
Correct.
In fact, that is left up to a judge, right?
Correct.
But a federal prosecutor can file a motion in order to ask a judge to give you less time, right?
Correct.
Do you know what 5K 1.1 is? Have you been spoken to about that?
I know what it
We're
is.
not gonna invade any attorney-client privilege, okay?
Are you aware of what 5K 1.1 is?
I know what it is, yes, sir.
And it allows for departures in sentencing than what the minimums and maximums would be, correct?
Correct.
And one of the ways that can occur is cooperation, right?
Correct.
Your plea agreement was signed way back in February of 2025, right?
Correct.
You could have been sentenced a long, long time ago, right?
Correct.
But after your statement in August of 2025, we're still waiting for that to happen, right?
Correct.
For people to evaluate what you're doing here today, right?
I wouldn't say that. I don't know how to answer that. Can you rephrase it?
Are you aware of any other reason why your sentencing had been put off so long?
Correct. May 1st, well, just this upcoming May 1st, a federal law has changed in my case, so
Well, you don't want to serve a 15-year minimum mandatory in federal prison, do you?
no, sir.
And you don't want to serve any more time if you can help it in your manslaughter and aggravated battery case in state court, do you?
No, sir.
And you would do about anything for that not to happen, wouldn't you, Mr. Howard?
I wouldn't say anything.
Right? Well, you wouldn't go out and commit another crime, right?
No, sir.
And, you wouldn't get in trouble in jail or in prison because that could harm what could happen to you, correct?
Correct.
But what might be of significant benefit to you is what you're saying here today, right?
I'm here because
Well-
I was subpoenaed here.
You've spoken to prosecutors about wanting to get benefit for what you're saying here today, right?
If it helps, it helps, but I'm here because I got subpoenaed.
Oh, I know you got a subpoena, but the bottom line is you would have never got a subpoena unless you told somebody that you had information to give. Now, would you have? Because nobody would have known.
Correct.
Sustained. And we're getting into a lot of asked and answered territory too.
Yes, Judge. You would like to have cooperation and get a benefit and a reduced sentence for the story that you're telling today, would you not?
I would like to not get a contempt court and not providing or answering questions that will help me further violate my state probation.
Nobody reached out to you before you reached out to somebody else to say you had this information, did they?
Correct.
And I think you testified nobody's promised you anything. That's a fact, isn't it, Mr. Howard?
Correct.
Nobody's told you, hey, you come in and testify today, and you tell this story, and we're going to give you X. That's not happened, right?
Correct.
But you absolutely want that assistance, given an opportunity to have it, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Ask an answer.
Sustained.
Rephrase your question.
Well, we don't need to. I
Don't need
sustain
to.
the objection. As to asked and answered.
Mr. Howard, everybody out there in the street knows what happened in 2018 with Joe Rod Adams, don't they?
And it's been asked and answered many times.
Mr. Howard, Rashad Murphy would have no reason whatsoever to talk to you based on the facts of the Joe Rod Adams murder in 2018.
Objection, asked and answered, and calls for speculation.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Toomey? Yep.
Good afternoon, Mr. Howard. How are you?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
I'm doing well.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so let's start off with kind of where state's asked you a bunch of questions, Mr. Gonzalez has asked you a bunch of questions about these different areas in Jacksonville, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
I think you testified for the state that you would never admit to being part of a gang, right?
Correct.
But in the same context, there is what's known as 6 Block, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Which is purely, according to you, a neighborhood in Jacksonville, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then there is 45th Avenue, I think, Avenue B,
Yes, ma'am.
and that's kind of where you lived in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
And Charles Jones was part of 6 Block, right?
Correct. Yes,
And-
ma'am.
And that's like an apartment building, an apartment complex,
Yes, ma'am.
right? And then you have other areas located in Jacksonville, 1200. What other cliques or neighborhoods?
Yeah, I have several. There's a lot in Jacksonville.
Give me a few.
Yeah. Sherwood, 21st, Lackawanna, all different IDs.
Outies?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you agree with me that these different cliques, these different neighborhoods have no like leader, or they're just really groups of individuals that hang out because they are from the same neighborhood?
Correct.
Now, there's been a lot of talk about your conviction for the murder of Joe Rod Adams.
Correct.
And that homicide occurred in 2018,
Correct.
August of 2018.
Yes, ma'am.
And you would agree with me that you, along with another individual by the name of Adrian Gaynor, who also goes by Bibby, right? You both were a potential suspect in that homicide.
Yes, ma'am.
But you basically took the fall for Bibby, or Adrian Gaynor, who was your best friend, right?
Correct.
And Bibby, along with Foolio, were, according to you, your prior testimony, were best friends, your best friends.
Rephrase it.
You, Bibby, and Julio were close friends, right?
Correct.
And you're originally charged with first-degree murder
Correct.
for that homicide.
Yes, ma'am.
You were arrested, what, almost immediately?
Correct.
And Adrian Gaynor was out in town. He wasn't arrested, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you were arrested. Bibby, Adrian Gaynor, was out on the streets, and then eventually he gets killed, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because everybody really thinks, word on the streets, is that he was actually responsible for Joe Rod Adams' death, right?
Correct.
But you took the fall for it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think it was the prosecutor that asked you, the state that asked you that you've never admitted or told anyone that Bibby or Adrian Gaynor was actually responsible for Joe Rod Adams' death,
Correct.
right? And does Joe Rod Adams have a nickname?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it Spaz?
Yes, ma'am.
And actually, that's not really true when you told the jury that you never told on your best friend that he was actually responsible for Spaz's death.
Rephrase it.
When you told the jury that you've never told anyone that Bibby, Adrian Gaynor, was responsible, not you, but he was responsible for Spaz's death, that was not correct.
How is that not correct?
When you spoke to the state, I think your defense attorney was there.
Objection, Your Honor. This was improper impeachment.
Yeah, sustain the objection.
Do you recall telling the prosecutors in this case that you took the fall for your best friend on August 4th of 2025?
Your Honor, objection, and proper impeachment. The question to the defendant, the question to the witness was whether before this case. So, objecting again.
Okay, sustained.
Before your testimony here today? Did you ever
So-
make that statement?
So restate your question.
Before your testimony here today, did you ever tell anyone that you took the fall for your best friend?
I think when they asked what did Adrian committed, I said correct. I don't think I ever came out and just said, yeah, like told them on.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to refer counsel in defense to page 52, August 4th, 2025, transcription of the recorded sworn statement. You recall giving a sworn statement on August 4th of 2025, right?
Correct.
Your federal, or your defense attorney in your federal case was there.
Correct.
Members of the state attorney's office was there.
Correct.
I believe Detective Ramos of TPD was there.
Correct.
And you were placed under oath to tell the truth, like you were today,
Correct.
right? And during that interview, you indicated that I basically took the rap for my best friend. But he ended up essentially getting killed shortly thereafter,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
I'll move on. Joe Rod Adams, was he a member of a gang?
I can't tell. I can't say. I didn't know him.
Okay, in fact, you had previously testified that he was not in a gang.
Yeah, I can't. I don't know him. I can't say.
Okay, so you don't know either way whether he was involved in a
No,
gang
ma'am.
or what. But once again, according to you, according to the state, you would never say that you were in a gang.
No, ma'am.
Because all of these individuals that you associated with or didn't get along with, it's kind of like being in high school, right? You have the jocks, the nerds. They don't
Is that
really.
a question or a comment? What's your question?
It's a question. They don't really get along, right? Just like these cliques or these groups in Jacksonville don't get along,
Correct.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
Different sides of the streets or grow up in different parts of the neighborhood.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to talk to you, and I know I'm jumping around here. The state, if I can approach the clock, 149B. You had indicated on direct with the state attorney's office that you were very cautious in trying to protect, obviously, yourself and Charles Jones on that evening when you came down to Tampa, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But isn't it true at some point in the evening that you and Mr. Jones had gotten into an argument?
Correct.
And that argument took place at Teasers. No, wait, take that back. Truth 18,
Correct.
right? Am I right about that?
Correct.
Okay. And the argument was about what?
Him drinking and consuming drugs, drinking alcohol.
Along with him posting where his location was, right?
Correct.
Wasn't that part of the argument?
Both. Correct.
Both. And then when you left Truth 18, you actually didn't ride with Charles Jones, right?
Correct.
You left Truth 18 with someone else.
Correct.
And that would have been what, Armani Turner?
Correct.
and another female?
Correct.
And so 149B
I think as you previously testified, this person in the white shirt,
standing out by the car with the lights on, that's you, right?
Correct.
And that is outside Truth 18.
Correct.
And at that point, you had gotten into a little bit of an argument with Mr. Jones, right?
Yeah, before
Bef-
this.
I'm sorry, before that?
Yes.
But yet, when Mr. Jones and his people, or his other friends, right, leave Truth 18, you leave in a completely different vehicle.
Correct.
And when Charles Jones arrives at the hotel, you don't even get out of the car when he goes and tries to get a room.
Correct.
Now, you would agree with me that Mr. Jones is not well liked, right?
Correct.
And you yourself and Mr. Jones are well-known individuals, right?
Correct.
And that was part of the problem with Mr. Jones posting his location because you were concerned about that, right?
Correct.
Because people love you and people hate you.
Correct.
That's you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Jones, Charles
Yes,
Jones.
Yes, ma'am.
And when law enforcement, specifically Detective Ramos, spoke with you, when you spoke with Detective Ramos that night, right, June 23rd, you didn't tell him, and in fact, let me take that back. You actually told him that you had no idea who had or who could have been responsible for this,
Correct.
and that had been no threats online that you knew of, right?
Correct.
That's what you told Detective Ramos,
Correct.
and it could have been just a crazy fan.
Correct.
That's what you told Detective Ramos, right?
Correct.
And that you were not involved in a gang.
Correct.
That although your fans and the people that know you and Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, they think that you guys are involved in 6 Block, right?
Correct.
But that's different than what you've testified here today. Would you agree?
No, ma'am.
You left a lot of stuff out, didn't you?
Well, at a scene where, it's your friend is killed and you're on probation, I don't think you want to be sitting talking for hours and going on. I really wanted to get away from the scene. I wasn't trying to be there that long.
And did you leave on the 23rd of 2024?
I left the next day. My friend was killed.
You left,
I got incarcerated the next day. My friend was killed.
right, but you got incarcerated on June 24th of 2024 because that was like the last time you distributed
Violation
methamphetamines,
of
I think,
probation.
right?
Correct.
To undercover CI?
Objection, Your Honor, same objection.
Sustain the objection.
Let's talk a little bit about, I'm trying not to be repetitive, but
Yeah, because at some point it's asked and answered.
I'm gonna, showing the state's been marked as defense exhibit 1 for David Martin.
to it.
Sure.
I'm going to show you what's marked for identification as Davion Murphy's exhibit number 1. I'm just going to ask you if you recognize it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is that your signature?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that how you recognize it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you want to just flip through it? To make sure?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you recognize it?
Yes, ma'am.
At this point in time, I would move into evidence marked as defense exhibit 1 for Davion Murphy.
No objection to the defense of any evidence in the state's case.
Thank you.
Submitted.
Now, in this exhibit, I don't know if you can see that or not, but ultimately, this photo pack or this photo array was provided to you on August 12th of 2025, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And there were a bunch of photos that you were shown, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you did not select, or were unable to select anyone that you could identify as Mr. Davion Murphy, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And just briefly about your pending federal charges. Your charges in federal court are pending, have been continued multiple times.
Objection asked.
Sustained.
In those federal charges, you're facing 15 years to life in prison, right?
Yes,
Been
ma'am.
answered, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You indicated on direct or on cross that the lowest amount of time you could receive on the federal charges was 15 years. That's not really correct, right?
Correct.
Based upon your cooperation, potentially here today, you could receive below that 15 years, right?
If I, it's correct. Right.
Okay. And the plea agreement that you signed was not necessarily limited to your case in federal court.
Objection, Your Honor, misstatement.
Sustained.
Judge Queen approach?
Yeah, come on up. What's your next question?
I just have a moment, Judge.
Sure.
Are you familiar with Darius Beals?
Can you restate that?
Do you know who he is, Fizzle?
Restate it?
Do you know who he is?
No, ma'am.
Do you know Fizzle?
No, ma'am.
Were you aware that Fizzle was killed 6 days after your friend Charles Jones was?
No, ma'am.
No?
There's. You
I'm
said.
sorry?
Can you say everything you said again?
Sure.
Kind of low.
Do you know Darius Beals
Darius
Or-
Bills.
or Fizzle?
I know Darius. Yes, ma'am.
You know him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you've heard about him?
I done heard of him. Yes, ma'am.
All right. And are you aware that he died, was shot, was murdered 6 days after Mr. Jones was killed?
No, ma'am.
You don't know that?
No, I didn't know it was 6 days after he was killed. No, ma'am.
So you'd be shocked to know that?
I wasn't shocked. I heard about his passing, but I didn't know it was 6 days.
Okay. So you did hear that he died?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. The morning at 5 a.m. on June 23rd of 2024, you already said that you know Gudazay, right?
Yes,
And
ma'am.
what's his real name?
Isaiah Chant.
Okay. Are you familiar with a post by Isaiah Chance where he had posted something about Tom Brady?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you saw that post at 5 o'clock that morning after your friend Charles Jones was killed, you hearted that post, right?
Correct.
Judge, if I can have a moment.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Howard.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Toomey. Ms. Finkelstein, are you crossing this witness? Okay, go ahead.
Can I press the button now?
Yep.
Regarding state component 95C.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
My name is Jenna Finkelstein. I don't think we've met. I represent Sean Gathright.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
just have a few questions for you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
I believe that you said, and excuse me if I missed anything or I can't see you from where I'm sitting, so.
Yes, ma'am.
I believe that you said you don't know Mr. Gathright, is that correct?
I don't.
And until this case happened, you hadn't heard his name?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Let me ask you, there was some talk about different hand signs. You remember that conversation?
Correct.
And I'm going to show you what's in evidence as states 95C, I guess C1. Bear with me. This is not my forte, as we've all learned. Can you see that, sir?
Correct.
Well enough. It's a little fuzzy, but is it okay for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And who's in that photo?
Me and Charles Jones.
Right. I'm more of a visual person, and again, I couldn't see you from where I was, so I'm going to ask you about those hand signs. Are you able to see those from your screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me the hand signs that Mr. Jones is holding up will go with, if you're looking at the photo, what would be on the left, so technically his right hand, what sign is that? Is it a specific sign?
No Pacific sign.
Okay, so when somebody throws up a sign or they use their hand and they take their middle finger and their thumb and then they have other three fingers, that doesn't necessarily mean anything to you.
Correct.
Okay. So if we hear that that means 1,200, that could be true,
Yes, ma'am.
but it also could be just something that Mr. Jones and other people throw up, right?
Correct.
Your understanding, Mr. Jones was not affiliated with and was actually, I guess, in opposition to people associated with 1,200, right?
Correct.
And from what you know, who else is in that photo? Is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
So this was promoting something, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's supposed to be, hey, come to our party, watch us perform.
Correct.
This isn't what you would consider or what we've maybe heard referenced as a diss, right?
No, ma'am.
This was a good thing.
Correct.
Okay. And this wasn't directed at anybody other than people in Tampa to come watch you perform.
Correct.
Okay, sir. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Petridis?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I have a few questions for you. You said you got into a different car going from Truth 18 to the Home 2 Suites, correct?
Correct.
But you had been riding with Charles Jones the rest of the night prior to that,
Correct.
from Airbnb to Teasers and Teasers to Truth.
No, not the last Airbnb. No.
Okay. But from Teasers to Truth, correct? From the first club to the second club.
I don't recall. If I rode with him to the second club in his car.
But you were in his car that night, frequently.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And speaking about when Mr. Chance reached out to you, he reached out to you first. This is going back a couple years on social media.
I
correct?
think so. I recall.
And it was, like you said, friendly post.
Correct.
And I think, was it a welcome home message?
No, not a welcome home. Just friendly conversation.
Asking for advice or guidance or anything like that?
No, sir.
Just friendly, though. Okay. But no threats.
No, sir.
And he never contacted you after the murder? You were only out for 24 hours?
No, sir.
Never called or texted? And Mr. Chance, he's not a diss rapper. Doesn't do diss raps, correct?
Not the songs I heard. No, sir.
He's not known to diss people or stuff like that.
Reset what you said.
He's not known to do that, to diss people, to do stuff like that.
No, sir. Not that I know of. I don't.
Judge, can I have a moment?
Yes. Okay, redirect.
Yes, Your Honor, very briefly. Sir, you were asked about hand signs just a few minutes ago. You gave us already a depiction of 6, is that right?
Correct.
And then you were shown also an image of the flyer that was posted to Mr. Jones' social media account. Do you remember seeing that when it was posted? 95C?
Correct.
All right. You were actually asked about a middle finger down, but Mr. Jones has 2-1 up and 2-1 up at the same time. Is 2 and 1 with a ring finger down like this, or 2 on this hand and a ring finger down? Does 21 mean the same thing as 1200 when you see it in Jacksonville?
No, sir. No, ma'am.
Okay. Well, when you see a 1 and a 2 with a middle finger down, now look at my hands with the fingers that are up. Is that indicative of 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but 2-1 is something different. Have you thrown 2-1 before?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that something from another origin?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that from?
Well, you got in Chicago, they throw up that sign a lot. Like Jacksonville, like Chicago, so.
Is there a big rapper in is there a big rapper in Chicago that Jacksonville's friendly with that does that same thing?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that different than the sign that we've seen 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
You were asked on direct also about the 6. Are there signs that are also used to be disrespectful to the ops or to the other side?
Yes, ma'am.
What would that look like?
Like putting up like a gun or something to a 6 or shooting
Okay,
at
so
a 6.
if I put 6 block on one hand and then a gun to it, is that meant to be disrespectful?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what about if I put a 6 downwards?
Yes, ma'am.
How about any of the other signs? If you put them upside down, if you put a gun to it, are those signs that are meant to be disrespectful?
Yes, ma'am.
During drill raps or during disrespect that's being done in photographs, do you often also see trolling of using the other side's gang sign when speaking about something specifically?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Gonzalez asked you whether Mr. Murphy called you from a number that you recognized or whether you could recall the phone number that Rashad Murphy called you from. Do you remember that number by heart?
No, ma'am.
Did you make it a point to utilize your own personal phone number when you were calling a rival, or did you make it a point to utilize something else?
Yes, ma'am. I'll use like my email or something.
You were asked about whether you told the police about everything that was going on in Jacksonville and your conversation with Rashad Murphy. Did Rashad Murphy text you, "I forgive you," before or after you talked to the police on the morning of the murder?
After.
Did you have a phone conversation with him about his forgiveness before or after you talked to the police on the morning of the murder?
After.
When you were interviewed with an investigative subpoena with your attorney for the first time in custody of the federal government, you had already pled out on your federal case 6 or 8 months before. Is that what your testimony was?
Correct.
And your sentencing hearing from that had been set off already,
Correct.
before you ever had contact in any capacity with anyone from the state.
Correct.
Have you had an opportunity to see and review your plea agreement in your federal case?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that there's nothing that you would receive or assistance of some kind granted to you or guaranteed to you or given to you pursuant to your agreement with the federal government?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're leading to, so sustain as to the question on the table.
Have you been promised anything from anyone from the Hillsborough County State Attorney's Office in this case?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand the consequences of failing to comply with a subpoena?
Yes, ma'am.
You were asked questions about who knows what about Bibby and Spaz's murder. At the time that you came home from prison, had you actually confirmed for anyone who pulled the trigger?
No, ma'am.
But in the events that occurred on the night of that murder, there were several witnesses, I presume, in that case.
Yes, ma'am.
But you had not confirmed that for anyone.
Yes, ma'am.
Was that the subject of your conversations before Charles Jones died with Rashad Murphy?
Correct.
Did you even confirm to him whether or not it was you that pulled the trigger that killed his cousin?
I did.
And sir, I believe that you were asked, oh, one moment, Your Honor, please. In your conversations with Isaiah Chance prior to the homicide itself or leading up to the homicide, did you have a conversation about the flyers that we saw on the monitor here?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that conversation?
You just like that silly and to be careful.
That was silly
Yeah. To
and be careful.
Yeah.
Was it silly to put the address on the flyers?
Yes, ma'am.
When you met with the federal prosecutors with your investigative subpoena, did you provide to them the password for your phone or your email, iCloud accounts, or whatever it was?
No, ma'am.
Did you give them a consent form to search the device?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you provide to them your account information to attempt to enter the device?
No, ma'am.
Did you provide to them your email?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have or did you have at that time your password?
No, ma'am.
How long after your arrest had it been that that meeting occurred?
Over a year.
And lastly, you were asked on direct examination whether you had previously identified Xavier Edwards as Fat Boy. Do you recall having a deposition in this case with the defense attorneys seated at these tables?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what that is, where you sit down and you answer questions?
Deposition. Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall being asked, do you know an individual that goes by the name of Fat Boy?
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your memory if I showed you a copy of the transcript from that?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Just read to yourself if you would, and then let me know when you're finished.
Yes, ma'am.
Referring counsel to my page 63, lines 20. Sir, I asked you on direct examination what your nickname or what you called Xavier Edwards was. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was your answer?
Fat boy.
And do you recall on this date of your deposition on February 4th, having provided to the defense attorneys here, being asked, do you know an individual that goes by the name of Fat Boy?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was your answer to that question?
Yes, I do.
And were you asked, and who is that?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was your response to that?
Xavier Edwards.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. All right, members of the jury, I'm going to have you step out momentarily. We'll be right back.
All rise. All jurors are objects.
Okay, very good. Everyone have a seat. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Howard, you are finished. Who's going to be your next witness?
Judge, Detective Matthew Jones.
Okay. Okay. So once we get Mr. Howard out, then we can go and bring our jury back in. And are you going to put Ramos back on the stand today or tomorrow?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. So how long is Detective Jones going to take?
He is not going to take very long. We do have before Ramos Molly Carter with DNA.
Okay.
She'll take a little bit.
Okay.
Time for a couple of.
If you need it, yes. you coming? I'll be here. Yeah, because I've got that court status on Lorenzo. Okay, 9. Yeah, it's a update on the record on appeal. Right, okay. Sure. I would think, I don't know, here. Okay, very good. Everyone have a seat and state, call your next witness.
State calls Detective Matthew Jones.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this class will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Swear affirm.
Okay, very good. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your full name for the record.
Matthew Jones.
How are you employed?
I'm employed with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
What unit are you with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
I'm in the Gang Investigations Unit.
How long have you been with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
A little over 9 years.
Back in August of 2025, were you contacted by Detective Christopher Drabeck?
Yes,
Is he also in the gang unit with you?
he is.
Specifically going to August 12th of 2025, you were still in the gang unit at that time?
I was.
Were you, did you take part or were you physically investigating the homicide of Charles Jones that occurred in Tampa, Florida?
No.
Were you asked to assist with showing what is called a photo pack or photo array to a witness in this particular case?
Yes.
I want to ask you a little bit about photo packs. Is there a policy and procedure how photo packs are administrated or shown to potential witnesses in a case?
Yes.
Is there a policy in the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office and how those are to be conducted?
Yes.
Obviously, you knew that this was a Tampa Police Department investigation.
Right.
Were you provided with the forms that Tampa Police Department utilizes when they show photo pack identifications?
I was.
And are you familiar of what is contained in a photo pack array?
Yeah, there's the instructions that are given to the witness. There's also 6 photos, 5 of those being filler photos.
And so when you say filler photos, those are the potential people in the photo array that are not the suspect. Is that correct?
Correct. There's always 5 filler photos because, and one's for the potential suspect or subject investigating.
And that is to give the witness an opportunity to look at numerous subjects. Is that correct?
Right.
And the goal being to point out the actual suspect if they know it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And when photo arrays are put together, are they put together so that the suspect and the filler photos are of the same ethnic background?
Right. Typically, we try to pick out somebody with the same ethnicity, someone with the same complexion, same hairstyles and beard. Sometimes some people will have face tattoos, and we have to cover those up as well, and we'll do that with all 6 photos.
Why is that done?
Why is what done?
That individuals of similar appearance, ethnic background, and hairstyle are put into the photo array.
For the integrity of picking out the right person.
For instance, if the suspect was an African-American person, if you put 5 filler photos of white people, would that make the suspect stand out?
Yeah, absolutely.
And is that what would be known as a highly suggestive photo array?
Absolutely.
And there are procedures and policies in place that law enforcement is not allowed to do that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You yourself did not put together the photo arrays that were used on August 12th of 2025 to be shown to Rashad Murphy. Is that correct?
I did not make up the photo array.
Were you considered what is called an independent administrator of the photo pack?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what an independent administrator is?
It's someone that's not involved in the case. I had general knowledge of the case just working in the gang unit. I wasn't in the gang unit when this incident occurred. I had general knowledge, but I didn't have every detail of it, so I was considered an independent administrator.
And you yourself did not put the photo packs together, is that correct?
I did not.
When you were administrating the person showing the witness, did you know who the suspect is in the photo pack that you were showing?
I didn't know what the photo lineup looked like until I opened it up. I was told it was in reference to a homicide in Tampa, but I did not know who was in the photos.
And you did not know which one was the target suspect in each photo pack, is that correct?
No, not when I opened it.
Were you showing 2 separate photo packs to Robert Howard?
Yes, 2 separate at 2 different times.
And were you called to show it by Detective Christopher Drabeck also with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Where did the photo lineup take place?
It took place in a neighboring county, Bradford County detention facility. Jacksonville doesn't have a federal housing facility, so the neighboring county was Bradford. It's about 45 minutes outside of Jacksonville is where we traveled to.
That's a detention facility where Robert Howard was housed, is that correct?
Right, that's correct.
And so you went to the location where he was incarcerated?
Yes.
Who was present at the time when the photo array was shown to Robert Howard?
Myself and Detective Drabeck, as well as Robert Howard.
But you were the one that was administering it, is that correct?
That's correct.
Detective Drabeck present because he was assigned as the assist for the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office in investigating the homicide that occurred in Tampa, Florida. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 107.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Sonardi?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Wise? Mr. Petridis? Admitted.
Detective Jones, I'm going to go through each page of 107, and we're going to start at the top. 1 second. You said that you yourself were provided with the Tampa Police Department form for the photo array lineup. Is that correct?
Right.
And when you met with Mr. Howard, did you go over all of the instructions that are contained on this form before having him look at the sequential photos?
Yes, I read it verbatim because the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office has a similar photo lineup instructions. However, I was not familiar with this. Is the first time I had seen this, so I read it verbatim.
And is there a place for you to put the witness's name and date and time when this is being shown?
It looks like the witness's name was already printed, but that is my handwriting of the date, time, and the ID.
And these instructions and the photo pack were provided to you by Detective Drabeck already compiled, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so you said, what is the date and time when you are meeting with Robert Howard to show him this sequential photo array?
8/12, which is August 12th of 2025. The time was 10:11 a.m.
And you said you read these instructions verbatim to him prior to showing him the actual photo array, is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you read to the jury what exactly you read to Robert Howard?
Yes. Read to the witness before the photo display and have the witness then read an initial below. You want me to read everything?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You will be asked to view a series of photos of individuals. It is just as important to clear innocent persons from suspicion as to identify guilty parties. The person of interest may or may not be in this photo array, and the photos are not in any particular order. In parentheses, it says optional. Individuals presented in the series may not appear exactly as they did on the date of the incident because features such as head and facial hair are subject to change. You should not feel like you have to make an identification. If you do identify someone, I will have you designate the photograph of the person you have identified. Regardless of whether you make an identification, we will continue to investigate the incident. The photos will be shown to you one at a time and are not in any particular order. I do not know the order of the photos. There are some blank photos in the series. This is part of the normal process. Take as much time as you need to examine each photo. If you make an identification, I will continue to show you the remaining photos in the series. Since this is an ongoing investigation, you should not discuss the identification procedure or results.
Detective Jones, you said that you read each one of those sections, including, did you read the optional section to Mr. Howard as
Yes.
well? Okay. And after that, did you, and we'll go through some of this stuff, all of this is filled out after he's viewed the photo array, is that correct?
There's a part where he initialed that he understood what I read to him, just below
is that
the
occurring right here?
yeah, right there.
Okay. And that is after you read it, correct?
That's after I read. I made sure he understood each line.
Okay. And when you say that you don't know the order of the suspects or how they will be shown, is that a true and accurate statement?
That is
And you don't know to be able to suggest in any way, either intentionally or unintentionally, who the person is he should be identifying. Is that correct?
that's correct.
And then what did you do after you read him this and he signed indicating that he understood what the instructions were?
I showed him. I opened up the manila envelope and showed him 6 photos.
And is that the first photograph that you showed him?
Yes,
And these are all done one at a time, is that correct?
one at a time. Yes, ma'am.
And is this the second photograph that you showed him?
You said one at a time. I put all 6 out, but I put one down at a time. If that makes sense.
I understand. They're in
Yeah.
a sealed manila envelope, is that correct?
Yeah, I opened them up, and the first one had number 1 on it. I played to sit down, and it stayed down until number 6 was down.
Understand. And then you placed, but you did them sequentially in order?
Yes,
Okay. And then is this the third photo that was taken and put down in front of him?
yes,
The fourth one?
yes,
Number 5?
yes,
And number 6?
yes.
And after he reviewed and looked at all of those photos, was he able to make an identification in relation to Detective Drabeck's investigation?
He was.
I'm going to put back number 2. Is number 2 the photograph that he was able to identify?
Yes.
And what is this down here under the number 2?
Under the number 2 is the date. So I'll start from left to right.
Yes, sir.
On the left, it's got RH, which was the initials that he used to sign that he understood. The date, which was 8/12 of 25, and then in parentheses, that's what he identified this person in the photo as,
Person he
whether
is-
that be a nickname or his government name.
Okay. So that was what he designated as Ghost, is that correct?
It appears, yes.
And then after he did that, did you then fill out the rest of this first sheet of State's Exhibit 107?
Yes.
And again, there is Mr. Howard's signature.
Yeah, and just above that, he checked the box that says he selected photo number 2, and that's his writing.
Okay, and that's as a person who is Ghost, is that correct?
That's who he identified as photo number 2. Mr. Howard did.
And again, he dates it, is that correct?
Yes,
And you then sign and date as well.
correct.
There was a second photo array that was provided to you by Detective Drabeck, is that correct?
Yes,
And again, it ends up being of Davian Murphy, but did you know that at the time when it was shown to Robert Howard on August 12th of 2025?
I did not know.
And I'm going to show you defense exhibit for Davian Murphy, exhibit number 1. Sir, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Again, it is a Tampa Police Department issued form for showing a photo array lineup, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
The same procedure that you did for showing Robert Howard the photo pack containing Rashad Murphy, did you utilize the same exact procedures that you did when showing Robert Howard the photo array containing Davian Murphy?
Yes, I did.
So again, there is a date and time when this is shown to Mr. Howard, is that correct, that is filled in?
Yes, it's showing 8/12/2025, which is August 12th, and the time was 10:18 a.m.
And after you read the instructions, did he again sign an initial indicating that he acknowledged that he understood the instructions that you had read to him?
Yes.
Regarding this photo pack identification?
Correct.
And then did you do the same procedure and show and take out of the manila envelope photo after photo of the suspect and the 5 filler photographs?
Yes, I did.
And again, I know this is in black and white, but this is a accurate copy of the photo array that you showed Mr. Howard, is that correct? Back
Yes.
on August of 2025.
Yes.
And in this case, when he reviewed all of that, he was unable to make an identification, is that correct?
Yes, that's what it appears as.
And you would have notated that, again, on the front sheet, that he was unable to select any photo of the suspect, is that correct?
He would have notated that.
Yes, and he was not able to make an identification.
Correct.
And sir, you don't know when or how long ago it was that Mr. Howard had seen any of these individuals, is that correct?
I don't know. No, I don't know what his.
Overall, go ahead.
Do you know how many times he would have seen either one of those individuals?
I didn't know the relationship between the two whatsoever, and that both Murphys. I didn't know the relationship with Mr. Howard.
Okay, but he was only able to make one identification,
Correct.
is that correct?
But I didn't know if they were friends, acquaintances. I didn't know anything as far as their relationship in the past or present.
And that is by design, correct, when you are the when you are the detective assigned with actually showing the photo array, is that correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, at this time we'd pass the witness.
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez?
Thank you, Your Honor. Briefly.
Leave her. Okay.
Detective Jones, hi.
Hey, how's it going?
Detective, and I might have missed it, excuse me if I did, do you compile the photographs or are they provided to you?
This was provided to me.
Do you have any idea where the photographs are obtained? Do you know whether or not this is Rashad Murphy's booking photo from his arrest in this case?
I do not know if it's from a Jacksonville arrest or a Tampa arrest. I do not know.
Okay. Just for edification, do you know if you're arrested in Jacksonville, does Jacksonville utilize orange inmate clothing?
They can.
Is that the standard
I
clothing?
think the standard is green.
Okay. Do you know what would designate someone as orange if it's not the regular, everyday color of clothing?
I didn't work in the jail, but I've been told it's like a high-risk person.
Okay. So you don't know whether or not photograph number 2 comes from Hillsborough County booking or not, correct?
I don't know.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Sonardi?
Very briefly, Judge. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
As I understand it, you presented 2 photo displays that were provided to you by Detective Drayback. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And you've gone through the procedure and how you did that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, you'd had, 8 years in the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
At the time of the photo spread?
Correct.
Yeah, around 8
Around 8
years.
years.
Yes, sir.
So it wasn't the first time that you had done a photo display, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And so that I'm clear, and ladies and gentlemen of the jury are clear, the first photo display The person that you provided that photo display to was Robert Howard, correct?
Yes, both photo arrays were given to Mr. Howard.
Howard, correct. And in the initial photo display, he was able to identify one of the photos, correct?
The first one, yes, sir.
Right. And I believe it was photo number 2, whomever photo number 2 is, that's who he identified.
Yes, sir.
And then you showed him another photo display, and you went through the same process and read him what you were asking, and et cetera, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And in the second photo display, was Mr. Howard able to identify anyone?
He wasn't able to identify, and then he
Did not identify him.
He had notated that on, it just says unable. Yes, sir.
Unable to identify
Yes, sir.
anyone? Correct. All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, any questions, Mr. Wise?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Petridis? Okay, redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
This one is to be excused?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You're
Thank
free
you.
to go. All right, next witness?
State calls Molly Carter.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this class will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, you may proceed.
Please state your full name for the court.
Molly Carter, Mollycarter.
What is your occupation?
I am a senior crime laboratory analyst with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in the Jacksonville Regional Operations Center in the biology and DNA section.
How long have you been with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
16 years.
What are your duties and responsibilities as a senior crime laboratory analyst in the biology section?
I examine items of evidence for the presence of body fluids such as blood, semen, or saliva. And I also can swab items or cut swabs for DNA testing. And then I analyze the results of those DNA testing and issue my findings in a report.
What is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's of science in biology from the University of West Florida.
Have you received specialized training in the area of DNA testing and comparison and analysis?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about this training?
Yes. At FDLE, I underwent a two-phase training process. The first phase was primarily academic. I read a lot of literature, including journal articles and textbooks. I also tested numerous training samples, and I took written and oral exams. In the second phase, I worked actual cases under the supervision of a qualified analyst, and then I participated in a mock trial.
Is FDLE, is that an accredited lab in the area of DNA testing and analysis?
Yes.
What does it mean to be an accredited lab?
To be accredited, it means that we've met the standards of quality. And to do this, we have an audit where our policies are reviewed, our files are reviewed, Our training program and educational requirements are reviewed, as well as proficiencies, and our logbooks and the files.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert in the area of DNA testing and analysis and testified as an expert in the state of Florida?
Yes.
Approximately how many times have you testified as an expert in this area?
I've testified 58 times.
Each time that you do a test and report a result regarding DNA analysis, is that subject to peer review?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what it means that your testing and analysis and conclusions are peer reviewed?
Yes, so each file or case undergoes a technical review, and that is usually done by another qualified analyst. And it's a complete review of the entire case file, and it's to ensure that all of the policies were followed during testing and that my conclusions match the results. And then an administrative review is usually done by a supervisor, and it's also to check for adherence to policy.
Is that a method of quality control for the testing that is done by your lab?
Yes.
Is it a generally accepted fact that everyone other than identical twins have different DNA?
Yes.
What is DNA?
DNA is a very large molecule found in all cells of the body except for mature red blood cells. And it's our genetic blueprint. It makes us who we are. So like it guides processes like digestion and also determines characteristics like eye color and hair color. And again, no two people have the same DNA except for identical twins. And you receive half of your DNA from your mother and half from your father.
So DNA varies from person to person, and when you are doing your analysis, you identify the difference in the DNA. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that would be the part that is unique to each person other than twins?
Yes.
Where is DNA found on the human body?
It's found in skin cells, blood, semen, saliva, bone, and hair.
Does it ever change in our lifetime?
No.
How does DNA get left on an item of evidence?
So DNA can be left on an item from handling that item, and the more you handle an item, the more likely you are to leave your DNA behind. And it also depends on the surface of the item. A rough surface, you're more likely to leave DNA behind, and a smooth surface, maybe not as much.
So there are many factors and variables that may affect whether or not DNA is left behind on a scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you said, I think you already testified, that DNA is in blood. Is that correct?
Yes.
Also semen?
Yes.
If a person did not bleed at a scene but still handles an item, what type of DNA is being left behind, possibly on an item?
That would be your skin cells or epithelial cells.
Is there also variables in a person's ability to shed and leave skin cells or epithelial cells behind at a scene?
Yes, and there could also be sweating as a factor, which acts as a vector to transfer skin cells as well.
If somebody is wearing gloves, can that affect whether or not they leave DNA behind at a particular crime scene?
Yes, it acts as a barrier between the skin and the item.
And if somebody never touches an item or bleeds, then there is the unlikelihood that DNA will be left behind at a scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
What is known as a DNA standard or a known DNA swab?
This is a standard taken directly from a person. Usually it's a swab that looks much like a Q-tip, and it's used to swab the inside of the mouth to obtain epithelial cells from inside your cheek. And that is used to develop a DNA profile from a person that we can use as a known standard that we can then compare to question items or crime scene profiles.
What is STR DNA analysis?
STR stands for short tandem repeat. These are small segments of DNA, small repeating segments of DNA, and they're found throughout the body. And those repeats vary per individual, and that's how we can determine one person's DNA from another.
How is that process done?
So the first process is when we get an item in, we cut it and place it into a small tube about this big, and then it undergoes an extraction process. That's to get any of the cells off of the item, and also to break open those cells and expose the DNA into the solution. And then the next step is quantitation. That's to determine how much DNA is in the sample, and that helps us with the next step, which is amplification, where we copy these areas millions of times, and that helps us read it better when we put it on a genetic analyzer, and then that genetic analyzer will give us the profile. It looks like peaks on a graph, and there's 21 areas plus 3 gender markers, and all of those 21 areas make up your DNA profile.
And when you take a known sample, you will see those 21 areas and the different peaks for each of the areas. Is that correct?
Yes, with 2 peaks at each area, representing your mother's contribution and your father's contribution.
And then an item of evidence, do you do the same thing with that, extract the DNA, and then get those results to compare to the known standard?
Yes.
You mentioned that there are variables in whether or not DNA can be left behind on an item. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is DNA biodegradable?
Yes.
So whether it's blood or skin cells, that has the ability to degrade over time.
Yes, and there are factors that can affect that degradation, including sunlight, chemicals, humidity, and heat.
And what about items that have been washed or wiped away?
That's going to wash away DNA. There may be some left behind, but it can definitely wash it away.
So if somebody were to take a white rag or a white cloth and wipe an area down, that potentially could take any DNA away from that item.
Yes.
Each case that you work on at FDLE, do you assign a unique case number that corresponds to each investigation?
Yes.
Does that help you later be able to document and identify each case that you actually worked?
Yes.
Did you work on FDLE case number 2024-0403-556?
Yes.
And that is for the listed subject of Sean Gathright, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you personally know any of the subjects involved in this case?
I do not.
And does the information that is documented on the items that you receive at your office, does it list the type of offense?
Yes.
Along with the law enforcement agency that submitted the evidence to your office for analysis?
Yes.
And who was the law enforcement agency in this case that submitted items of evidence for this specific FDLE case number?
That is the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
What items of evidence did your office receive in this particular case to review and conduct analysis on?
Our laboratory received wrapping tape from the handle of a rifle, buccal swabs from Sean Gathright, and buccal swabs from Isaiah Chance.
And those were the only 2 buccal swabs that you were submitted by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, is that correct, to do this analysis?
Yes.
I'm going to start with State's Exhibit number 140. It's already in evidence. Do you recognize State's Exhibit number 140? And you can look on your screen in front of you. Do you recognize this item?
I do.
And how is it that you recognize State's Exhibit 140?
The yellow label is the FDLE label, and this tag here with the case number, item number, and the analyst initials is from FDLE.
And was there another lab technician at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in the Jacksonville area that actually opened the items and processed the items?
Yes.
And would they be responsible for documenting on this particular package the unique FDLE number, as well as initialing to indicate that they are the ones that received this package and opened and processed it?
Yes.
And do you recognize the initials of that person?
I do.
And who is that?
That's Leanne Grissom.
And is she another analyst assigned at FDLE to the biology section?
Yes.
And is that normal? What is the normal policy and procedure when a item of evidence such as State's Exhibit 140 comes into the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, your office, for processing?
We use a Teams approach, so there may be someone that actually processes the item of evidence and obtains the samples for it to go through the DNA testing process. And then another analyst may extract that item, and then another analyst will analyze the data and issue the report. And then again, other analysts will tech review that file.
And is that what occurred in this particular case, that one of the analysts actually processed the items, but you received the data from the test and interpreted the results?
Yes.
And that is standard procedure at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes.
And does each analyst properly document the unique case number to ensure that you are working on a specific item with regards to a specific investigation?
Yes.
And what process did the analyst in this case do to this particular item of evidence, 140, the wrapping tape from the lower rifle?
So the analyst observed an adhesive side and a non-adhesive side on this evidence, and she swabbed each side with separate swabs, and they went through the DNA testing process separately.
And so there are two samples, is that correct?
Yes.
And prior to that, had there also been received by your office State's Exhibit 141, I apologize, the buccal swab of Sean Gathright?
Yes.
And again, taking a look at Exhibit 141, both sides, do you recognize this particular package?
I do.
And again, is there the unique FDLE case number?
Yes.
And is there the same documentation by the same analyst who processed the wrapping from the rifle?
Yes.
And you recognize the case number as well as the initials of the analyst who did the processing?
Yes, that's also Leanne Grissom.
And did Ms. Grissom do the same type of test on this particular buccal swab in order to obtain SeanGathright's DNA profile?
Yes.
Did you then look at the results and the raw data of that test to interpret the DNA profile?
I did.
Was there, from States 141, Sean Gathright, was there a full DNA profile for all 21 areas that was obtained from States Exhibit 141?
Yes.
And that is a unique profile to the known person that was obtained to, Sean Gathright, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you also receive a buccal swab from a known buccal swab from Isaiah Chance?
Yes.
Did the same process happen with that buccal swab where it was put in and extracted and then a full DNA profile was obtained for Isaiah Chance?
Yes.
And then going back to States 140, you said that there were two samples. One was from the adhesive side and one was from the non-adhesive side. Is that correct?
Yes.
Let's first talk about the swabbing from the non-adhesive side of the tape, the wrapping tape from the rifle. Were there DNA that was extracted from the non-adhesive side?
Yes.
And what was the results of the DNA sample that was extracted from the non-adhesive side?
This demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 4 contributors, including at least 1 male contributor.
What does it mean to have a mixture of DNA?
A mixture just means that more than one person left their DNA behind on an object.
Okay. And if you have a mixture, is it more difficult sometimes to pull out each individual contributor to the mixture?
Yes, it can be.
And in this particular case, you said that you had at least 4 people contributing to the DNA that was found on the non-adhesive side. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you then compare the results of the mixture to the full profile of Sean Gathright?
Yes.
What was the results of that analysis?
So Sean Gathright was included as a possible contributor to that mixture.
And then after you are able to include him as a possible contributor, do you then do a statistical comparison?
I do.
What is that called?
That's called a likelihood ratio.
What is a likelihood ratio?
So a likelihood ratio is a ratio of two probabilities that gives a numerical value that shows strength of support for one scenario over another. Namely, did the person of interest leave their DNA on this item, or was it an unrelated individual that left their DNA behind? So a likelihood ratio of 1 would mean that both of those scenarios are equally likely. And then the higher the number, the more support for the person of interest leaving their DNA behind. And then conversely, the smaller the number, the more support for an unrelated individual leaving their DNA behind.
And what was the likelihood ratio in this case when you compared SeanGathright's full profile to that mixture obtained from the non-adhesive side of the tape from the rifle?
The observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Sean Gathright and 3 unrelated individuals than if it originated from 4 unrelated individuals.
So the strength of the likelihood is 700 billion times, is that correct?
It's greater than 700 billion times. This is a cutoff that we use for reporting purposes.
Once you get over 700 billion, you don't go further, is that correct?
Correct.
So you just report that it's greater than that. It's actually bigger than more than 700 billion times, that it is his DNA that is in that mixture.
Well, not that it's his DNA that's in the mixture, but that the profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely if the sample originated from Sean Gathright and 3 unrelated individuals than if it originated from 4 unrelated individuals.
I understand. You're comparing the DNA profile, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And based on that, did you also, you said that it's a mixture of 4 or more individuals.
It's consistent with 4 individuals, yes.
Can you do a breakdown of the percentage of each individual that may be contributing to that mixture?
Yes.
And what was the breakdown for each individual? What percentage of their DNA profile is consistent in that mixture that was taken from the non-adhesive side of the tape?
So for this mixture, contributor 1 contributed 65% of their DNA to the mixture. Contributor 2 contributed 15% of their DNA to the mixture. Contributor 3 contributed 11%, and contributor 4 contributed 8%.
And who was the highest, the one that is contributing the 65% of the mixture to that sample, to that swab from the non-adhesive side of the tape?
Contributor 1 was consistent with the profile of Sean Gathright.
Did you then try to conduct an analysis or comparison to the known profile from the buccal swab of Isaiah Chance?
Yes.
What was the result of that comparison?
So for this comparison, there was not sufficient statistical support for inclusion or exclusion. So I couldn't make any determination of Isaiah Chance's contribution to that mixture.
And why is that?
Just the DNA types that appear. The likelihood ratio that I obtained was in a range where there could be false inclusion or false exclusion. And so when we validated the software that we used to calculate the statistic, we came up with this range, and the comparison of Isaiah Chance's profile to the mixture gave a likelihood ratio result in that range.
And does that mean that he could not, it's possible that he is not part of the mixture?
That's possible.
Does it also mean that he possibly could be a part of that mixture?
That's also possible.
There's just not enough information to say one way or the other.
Correct.
He cannot be included in that mixture?
Right.
Or excluded?
Correct.
Okay. Did you also do the same type of analysis and comparison with the adhesive side of the tape?
The adhesive side of the tape went through the DNA testing process, but at the quantitation step, it demonstrated that there wasn't enough DNA to process it further. So we don't expect usable results at a certain threshold of DNA.
And is that what happened in this case when the tape is pulled up, the sticky side that would have been touching the rifle, there was not enough information for you to do then further analysis to see if anyone's DNA was on that particular sample?
Correct. There was too little DNA in that sample.
Does FDLE have policies and procedures when conducting DNA testing to see for law enforcement to follow when submitting items of evidence?
Yes, we have an evidence submission manual.
And is that to give guidance to law enforcement to know which items they could submit to your office for testing?
Yes.
Is there also a limit that is placed on law enforcement of the number of items that can be submitted for DNA testing?
Yes.
And why is that in place?
Because we want the most relevant items to a case to be submitted first, and because we have a very high caseload, so it makes for more efficient processing.
So for instance, if there were DNA swabs that were taken from a vehicle in which the assailant or attackers never entered, would you then test those items in order to determine identity of assailant?
No.
Why not?
Because there's no relevance of that vehicle to this particular crime, and so we would not process samples from it.
For DNA purposes, is that correct?
Yes.
And so does law enforcement have to have a justification or a reason when submitting items to you to identify and analyze for DNA purposes?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we pass the witness.
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez, any questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Sonardi, any questions?
Do you want any of these items up here, Mr. Sonardi? Do you want these items up here?
Good afternoon,
Good
Ms.
afternoon.
Carter.
Hi.
How many years you been with FDLE?
16.
Always in the biology section or different department?
Always in biology.
Okay. And as I understand it, you were provided by the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office with some items to be examined for DNA, correct?
No, I received items from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
They came from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
Yes.
All right. And those items were basically a wrapping from the handle of a rifle
Yes.
and a buccal swab from an individual, correct?
Yes.
All right. And as I understand it, you examined that wrapping on the adhesive side and the non-adhesive side, correct?
Leanne Grissom did. She swabbed both sides separately, yes.
All right, so you examined both sides.
Yes.
And as I understood your testimony, you indicated there are a number of ways that individuals can leave DNA, correct?
Yes.
Including me touching this podium right now. Is that one of the ways that I could transfer DNA that could be recovered later and examined by you?
It's possible.
All right. And saliva,
Yes.
perspiration,
Yes.
any of the bodily fluids, correct?
I wouldn't say any of them. Maybe not urine,
Okay.
but saliva and sweat are good sources of DNA.
And also, when I'm saying touch the podium, that would be a transfer because of my skin cells being transferred, or would it be my bodily fluids, the bodily oils in my hand transferring the DNA?
Well, if we're talking about oils or sweat, then it's just a vector for the skin cells to transfer.
So I'm actually transferring skin cells, not necessarily my bodily oils, correct?
Yes.
And those are very easy to transfer and very easy to be later identified and or recovered, correct? If
Not always. Sometimes we don't obtain results, and sometimes we do. There are a lot of scenarios that affect that.
All right, but they can be recovered, correct?
Not
Well-
again, not always.
Well, I understand that, but you did examine the adhesive and non-adhesive tape,
Yes,
all right, and you did locate what you identified as DNA on the non-adhesive portion of the tape, correct?
correct.
So DNA was located there.
Yes,
All right, so DNA can be located on a number of different substances by a different number of different means, correct?
yes.
All right. Now, I also noted in your report on page 2, in examining the wrapping tape, which you identified as item number 7, there were possible hairs that you located on that tape.
Well, yes, Leanne Grissom did observe possible hairs on that item.
Were there hairs or were there not hairs?
We're not experts in hair identification, so we refer to them as possible hairs.
Possible hair. It
Yes.
looked like hair to you.
Right.
Is that correct? After 16 years, can you identify hair?
I can identify if a possible hair is suitable for DNA testing, but I can't state that it's a hair.
Okay. All right. And why would that be important to identify a possible hair?
Because it's just the scope of the item and what she observed.
And that can also be tested for DNA, can it not?
If it's suitable for DNA testing, then yes, but there are definitely possible hairs that are not suitable.
Well, we don't know in this particular case whether or not that possible hair was suitable for testing or not, or do we?
Correct. They were not examined microscopically. They were just noted on the item.
All right. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Okay, Mr. Wise?
Afternoon.
One of the things Ms. Doherty left off asking you about was limitations on items that could be submitted to you by law enforcement. The limits we were talking about are actually limits on the number of items that can be submitted on each submission. Am I correct about that?
There are limits on the number of items, yes.
Yeah. But law enforcement can make multiple submissions
Correct.
to FDLE, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, when we're talking about, I mean, you gave an example of items that might not be, relevant for comparison in a particular case. But when we're talking about a first-degree murder case, any items that have potential value to an investigation can be tested for DNA by the FDLE. Correct.
There is some discretion involved. After the first submission, our supervisors can deny additional submissions.
And but that's something that would be law enforcement could submit whatever they feel is appropriate, and if FDLE believes that some items may not be suitable, they would reject them potentially, right?
Potentially, yes.
That didn't occur in this case, right?
Correct.
And ultimately, you as the examiner, it's not your decision to decide what should be tested, right?
Sometimes it is.
Okay, sometimes. In this particular case, did that kind of discretion come into play, or were you just testing what you were asked to test by law enforcement?
In this case, it was just what was submitted.
Now, the one item we've heard about today, wrapping tape from a rifle handle. You don't, I assume, know any information as far as like where that rifle was collected or what significance it may have to the investigation, right?
I do not.
And that's not really part of your job. Your job is to compare DNA profiles, right?
Sometimes it is important for us to know where an item was collected, but sometimes it's just straight DNA testing.
Okay, and in this case, it was just straight DNA testing, right?
Yes.
Now, the swabbing that we've heard about from the non-adhesive side of that tape, it has a mixture of 4 DNA profiles, correct?
Correct.
And the only DNA profiles you were asked to compare it against were Sean Gathrights and Isaiah Chance's, correct?
Yes.
And you determined that of the 4 profiles, at least one was male, correct?
There, at the gender determining markers, there was indications of male DNA.
Okay. The other 3 could have been male, could have been female, is that correct? the DNA, any of the DNA profiles, but just take the DNA profile that was consistent with Sean Gathride's DNA, you can't say when that profile would have been deposited on the tape, correct?
No, the DNA testing does not tell me that information.
Could have been the day before, could have been many, many days before, right?
Yes,
And you also can't determine how the DNA profile may have been deposited.
correct.
Mr. Snarty asked you about, for instance, if he touches this podium, his DNA may be on the podium now, right?
Maybe, yes.
Maybe. Lots of variables come into play, right?
Yes.
You're also familiar with a principle called secondary transfer, correct?
Yes.
And that is a means by which DNA may be deposited on a particular item when a person has never even touched it, right?
Yes.
And basically what that means, well, and to give a hypothetical, let's say, so Mr. Snarty was giving an example of touching the podium, and he's touched it here, and his DNA hypothetically is there. I've put my computer down here. His DNA very well may be now on my computer through secondary transfer, correct?
It's possible.
And in that scenario, Mr. Snarty would have never touched my computer, correct?
Correct.
Another example may be you get off the stand, we shake hands, and then you go open that door. My DNA may now be on that door, and I've never touched it, correct?
It's possible.
And one thing, I think Mr. Snarty covered this, but there were multiple potential hairs that were observed on the wrapping tape, correct?
Yes.
And they were neither removed or examined?
Correct.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all I have.
Okay, Mr. Petridis?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Now, we talked about the mixture, and you said 4 contributors. Is this a number that you found there, or you had to just put a number into the system?
I analyzed the mixture, and based on my training and experience, I determined that there were 4 individuals in that mixture.
Could there have been more individuals in the mixture?
I have to go by the information I have, and it looked like 4 individuals.
And when you put in the different numbers of contributors, that changes, I assume, the statistics you get out from the STR, correct?
Yes, that would change it.
So if you put in 5 or 6, the numbers you gave earlier would be slightly different.
It could be slightly different, yes.
Or significantly different, possibly?
Well, we don't analyze anything at 5.
Okay.
So maybe 3 or 4, it could be somewhat different. I don't know that it would be significantly different.
You don't analyze anything 5 or more contributors?
Correct.
Is that a policy decision?
Yes.
Okay.
The software wasn't validated for more than 4 contributors.
Understood. And like you said earlier, your conclusion was not to include or exclude Isaiah Chance as a contributor, correct?
I could not include or exclude him, correct?
And is that because the sample was not good enough to test against Mr. Chance's sample?
No, it was just that the DNA types weren't sufficient to say that there was an inclusion or an exclusion.
And you mentioned a 700 billion number earlier from Mr. Gathright, but that's obviously not the only number you use. It could be a lot lower, correct?
Yes.
And so in some cases, if there's a chance that multiple people could have left the DNA, the number could be in the millions or thousands or even hundreds, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't use any of those. You couldn't feel comfortable using any of those for Mr. Chance, correct?
Well, the likelihood ratio I got was not in the thousands or millions.
Okay, so it was lower then.
It was in the range, it was low. It was in the range that we use for not included nor excluded.
Okay, so you can't say with any degree of certainty that he left DNA on that.
No, I can't.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, redirect?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Carter, when you receive hearers at Florida law enforcement, why are they not tested?
We can possibly test possible hairs. And it's always an option to go back to it and test it later if needed. But in this case, it was not determined to be needed.
Is that because you were able to get results from the item that was submitted by law enforcement? Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you're looking at hairs, are all hairs suitable for testing?
No.
And what makes a hair suitable for testing?
So when I'm looking at a possible hair under the microscope, I'm looking at the root end, and if there's cells attached to that root, or if it's in a certain growth phase, that means it would be suitable for DNA testing.
And when you are examining an item, or whether another analyst is examining items, are you examining and testing what you believe or that analyst at the time will give you the best source of DNA to compare to a suspect?
Yes.
And in this particular case, was it the swab that was taken directly from the tape that was surrounding the rifle?
Yes.
And you were asked specifically about whether or not you would look at mixtures involving more than 5 individuals. Is that correct?
5 or more.
And you do not do that because the software is not designed for that. Is that correct?
It has since been validated for 5, but we did not validate it at our lab for 5. So we stick to single source, 1 contributor, up to 4 contributors to a mixture.
And is that what the policy and procedures for what is part of your accreditation for the DNA analysis that you do?
Yes.
And then going back to the call that there are 4 individuals that are in that DNA, is that based on your training and experience looking at all of those 21 locations and 2 possible peaks for each individual?
Yes, I'm looking at how many peaks there are, and knowing that there's half from your mother, half from your father, and also considering that some people could have the same DNA types at areas, but overall they're not going to have all the same DNA types. And then the amounts that each DNA type contributed, those all factor into my interpretation of the mixture as 4 contributors.
And you were of that opinion that there were 4 contributors at least to this particular mixture obtained from the non-adhesive side of the tape?
Yes.
And when you're looking at, I believe Mr. Petridis asked you about that likelihood ratio and the percentage or the numbers increasing. When the individual that you said was at, was it 64%, who made up 64% of that mixture, Sean Gathright?
65%, yes.
65, thank you for correcting me. That is the person who you were able to do the likelihood ratio of the presence of his DNA profile is there was support for 700 billion times more likely. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that is based in somewhat part of the contribution of his percentage into that mixture. Is that correct?
Yes.
The less of the DNA that is in the mixture, then those numbers go significantly down.
Correct.
And when there is not enough of a person's DNA, you are in the position where you cannot say whether or not that DNA is truly included or excluded in a mixture. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Okay, come on up real quick. Okay, so we have another witness. Detective Ramos is going to retake the witness stand, but there are a couple of matters I have to take up with the attorneys outside of your presence. So I'm going to have you all step into the jury room, and then we'll be with you shortly.
All rise.
All jurors are out, Judge.
Okay, very good. Okay, so we'll take a 5-minute break and give Ms. Ismer a chance to get
Ms.
organized.
Stewart is going to pull the exhibits. If Your Honor wants to do the motions, I'm prepared to
Okay,
start whenever the court is.
okay, sure. Okay, so, I guess for the record, it would be helpful if you have the proposed exhibit numbers, and if you could just put the exhibit on the Elmo, so I can make sure I'm talking about the same thing as you all. Okay,
So,
okay,
begin, Your Honor?
yeah,
So, Judge, referring to defendant Rashad Murphy's 7th motion in limine, which now has changed a little bit because we're referring to, instead of what was previously Exhibit 65, it's now Exhibit 101.
okay, let's
And-
put it up on the, so I can see it.
Yes, and Exhibit 101, Judge, is a Cellbrite extraction of the jointly possessed phone, 904-386-0925. First, Judge, would be State's Exhibit 101R.
Okay,
And obviously, this photograph depicts Mr. Murphy face and upper torso. I would certainly argue that this is not relevant, it's not admissible under 401. If there is any relevance whatsoever, it is outweighed by the extreme prejudice that would exist. Certainly, what appears to be Mr. Murphy's smug or otherwise maybe indicative of a lack of remorse after Mr. Jones's homicide. These facial expressions, I think, give rise to a significant risk that the jury will interpret this appearance as reflecting some sort of character that he's exhibiting or some type of consciousness of guilt. And I don't, A, understand relevance, and B, certainly would not suggest that it's outweighed by any prejudicial value.
any probative value. Okay, so it looks
Probative
like,
value.
according to the records, it looks like this image was created June 25th of 2024 at 3:04:21 UTC time, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
So what's the relevance, Ms. Ismer?
Your Honor, in this picture, the state's not asking for any witness to determine what the significance of the defendant's facial expressions are, but instead to assert the defendant's possession of this device, his wearing of the clothing that is depicted in the Walmart footage before the homicide, and in apparently this description or depiction from after the homicide. It certainly puts the defendant, even with having a cap on and the jewelry and the black top, in the same position, same clothing he was in Walmart as well. I understand that the defense's argument is that it is a shared device, and that's fine, but there are dozens of posts that come from what the state is asserting is this device over the course of this 5-day period. So it is an item or an exhibit asserted to establish the defendant's possession of this device thereafter.
Okay.
No one's asking the opinion of what the face means.
Right. And I would note, I mean, there does appear to be some religious jewelry on there, so that could be helpful to your client as much as.
Judge, I'm certainly not looking at the religious aspect of it being helpful to Mr. Murphy, but certainly the fact that he's wearing a black T-shirt and a beanie would have, in my eyes, zero relevance to anything that occurs with regard to this murder, whether it be what shooter number one is wearing or what he's wearing at Walmart. We've never insinuated in any way, shape, or form, based on our questioning, based on the answers that we are eliciting, based on what was said to the jury in opening, that that phone is not a jointly owned or jointly possessed phone of Rashad Murphy. In fact, it is part of our case. So for the state to suggest that this is necessary because of some clothing relationship. I think the fact that it's a black T-shirt and what appears to be some kind of a black hat is wholly insufficient to suggest that it's relevant. And certainly even the look, and just the look on Mr. Murphy's face, lends itself for the jury, or to the jury to have any number of different type conclusions. This is June 25th. It's 2 days after the murder, and certainly is not affixed with any other type of comment or post that might create context. I think it does nothing more than present or paint a picture for the jury of what type of character Mr. Murphy has, simply based on the look on his face. And it would lend itself to that. I can't imagine it wouldn't.
Okay. All right. Well, I do find it's relevant, and I find that any prejudicial effect is outweighed by the probative value. So overrule the objection. You can admit it. Okay. What's the next one?
Next would be states 101J.
Okay. What is that?
Your Honor, 101J,
Yep.
and I can't get it all, well, I can. I know what I'm doing.
Well, that's fine. I just make sure I'm looking at the same copy. It appears to be someone's right arm and a car in a driveway.
Yes, Judge. It looks like the associated date is the 20th of June.
Right.
At 7:16 p.m. UTC. I believe the state's going to intend to argue that this photograph is Charles Jones' vehicle. I don't know that there's going to be any evidence that this is in fact Charles Jones' vehicle.
Right.
Or any identification of the person who happens to be in the partial picture, or what address that is and where it's at and what relevance it may play to Mr. Jones. Again, I think the state would assert, well, it's a couple of days before the murder, and
Well, let me hear
it
from the
exists-
state then, so.
I'm sorry,
Let me
Judge?
hear from the state then what the relevance is, okay?
Judge, the exhibit posted in 101J was a photograph that was sent with another photograph at the same exact time and same exact second, which depicted the victim. There are also identifiers on the vehicle which are specific to the victim, or at least similar in nature to the victim's vehicle, including the hood, the bumper itself, the lights, the grille, but most importantly, it is sent in essentially a text message, 2 pictures, really 6 pictures with other context that Mr. Gonzalez is aware of, but the pictures do include photographs or a photograph of the defendant, the victim in this case, on the defendant's device. So
And-
certainly relevant to each other.
Okay, and they were sent either to or from the joint phone, the jointly owned phone with Ms. Steiger?
Yes.
Okay.
Judge, the additional argument here is that there's no, in addition to there being no foundational evidence to establish the vehicle ownership, I think simply saying that generally it's a black car that may or may not be a Charger that has similar features doesn't get us any closer to determining whether or not it's Mr. Jones' car and it's relevant. I think in addition to that, Judge, it's the same argument that it's recovered in a part of the phone which is a system generating cache. It's an area where I don't believe the state can testify that Mr. Murphy even ever saw this. The fact that it's in the phone, it's in the extraction, it's in an area, it's in a place that it could have been generated, it could have been in that cache, and I don't believe there's any means to determine whether or not it was ever viewed by him or
Right.
whether or not he knew it was there.
Well, it sounds like your cross of Detective Ramos and your argument for the jury. What's your response, Ms. Ismer?
Your Honor, there's a source file path associated with these images that has been attached to the exhibit itself, and these images were located in the mobile SMS or text messaging data of the device. So the state can authenticate these images as well as have the officer the detective, testify about their authenticity.
All right, again, I do think it's relevant evidence, and really, this goes to weight, not admissibility, so. All right, overrule the objection. He admitted. Next.
Judge, Next would be 101C.
What is that?
This is 101C, Judge.
Is it the profile photo, the purported profile photo? Huh?
Yes, sir, and that is what the state extracted it as. I don't know what app it is from because I do not have that information, candidly,
Okay.
on what account essentially.
And is that the, so anyway, state, tell me why you need this. Why is it relevant?
Only because of the content in the photo, Your Honor, it is obviously believed that the subjects or suspects in this case were utilizing face, head coverings, and gloves, and what would appear to be the defendant is taking a photograph of himself or some kind of a selfie on the 17th of June at 5:30 in the morning. In advance of our homicide, charged conspiracy dates beginning of June before this date.
Judge, first of all, I don't think the state can identify that that's Mr. Murphy taking a selfie of himself. Okay, that's the first thing. The second thing is the fact that this person's wearing gloves and a hood doesn't in any way, shape, or form comport, even if you look at the picture, with what was being worn by shooters that were 6 or 7 days later. Again, whatever limited relevance it may have is certainly outweighed by its probative value. It's on the phone, and that's the end of it. If they could see a face and it's Mr. Murphy, or it's Mr. Murphy's profile picture on Mr. Murphy's account, one of his accounts, that would be another story.
Do you have any evidence, or can you link it up to any account that's?
I do not have any kind of source or file data that says what account it came from, just that it is in the mobile library images of the device.
All right. Okay, as to this one, at this time, I'm going to sustain the objection. Now, if something, Ms. Ismer, you think the door gets open somehow, or it becomes relevant, we can readdress, but at this point, I'm going to sustain the objection. All right, what's up next?
Judge, we would be moving now to State's Exhibit 88. 88, Judge, and I believe that it would be, bear with me 1 minute. '88. I don't. Which one is it? This is the one that's getting.
88, 1 through 11 you listed. B, 80B, and then D, 1 through 11. That is 88B. So you can start with that one.
Judge, in 88B, this appears to be an Instagram communication between an unknown individual named John Wall and an account Ghost187 _ 12:38 a.m. on the 23rd of June, with the body stating, "Get the B&B for me gang." Again, Judge, I would object as to its relevance and how that relevance might be outweighed. We do not know who John Wall is. We do not know if there are subsequent or prior conversations that would provide context to this particular singular post and response, and therefore I would suggest to the court it's not admissible.
Okay, what's it relevant to?
Your Honor, the account's been identified by multiple witnesses at this point as belonging to Rashad Murphy, messaging another individual 3 hours in advance of the homicide having occurred for the Airbnb information. And this message is sent minutes after the victim is posting to his Instagram, actually just a minute after the victim has posted to his Instagram account that they are at an Airbnb. Also, several hours throughout the day after the victim has been posting, and other individuals from the Airbnb have been posting about a party at the Airbnb in Tampa.
Just short follow-up, Judge. First of all, I would suggest that although there has been testimony with regard to Ghost 187 being an account that's associated with Mr. Murphy, no witness, every witness that has been inquired of has suggested they've never seen a picture of him on that post. They've never seen anything related to him on that post. They've never seen him, they've never seen a family picture, a child picture, anything that would associate him with that Instagram account other than just simply saying it is. And I don't think it is sufficient.
Well, again, that sounds like your argument for the jury. I'm going to overly objection, be admitted. I find it's relevant in the probative value outweighs any prejudicial effect. Okay, next.
Judge, I can take the next images, and I guess we'll have to go through them individually, but what I will do, Judge, is simply say that the argument is the same.
Okay.
I'll make the argument initially, and apparently these images range from June 14th to June 25th, as the court sees them. And again, I would make a 401 and 403 argument to them, collectively as well as individually, that the relevance does not exist, and therefore, if there is any relevance, it is outweighed by the probative value is outweighed. And I would start, Judge, with 88D1.
What am I looking at? A photo of whom?
Judge, I'm trying to get it to where you can see the
No, I have the copy. I just don't know who I'm
okay.
looking at.
Okay.
Prosper Johnson and Joe Rod Adams.
Okay.
We expect argument from the defense in this case that the defendant's deleted posts after this homicide include some reference to, instead of 187 babies and Prosper and Junior being the murdered victims of gun violence, that it makes some reference to the defendant's children. This establishes the defendant has knowledge of these other individuals and obviously was posted in sequence with the other events that have occurred in this case. So it's certainly relevant to establish his knowledge of these other individuals. The state also has sufficient rebuttal evidence to establish the birthday defense would not suffice. So certainly relevant to the state's case in chief and also specific rebuttal evidence if needed.
Okay, very good. Overrule the objection, be admitted.
Next, Judge, would be State's D2.
If I may, D2, 3, 4, and 7 have already been published through the recording, and I believe Mr. Gonzalez is in agreement that those have been at least admitted in another fashion in this case.
Judge, no, my objection. They have been admitted. They were objected to at that time,
Yep.
and I want the court to renew the objection. And that was D2, D3, D5,
4,
D4.
and D7.
Judge, next would be
Okay, so those will
D5.
be, those have already come into evidence, and I had overruled the objection, so they will remain admissible.
D5, Judge.
Okay? That's the quote from Sun Tzu? I'm not sure who that, I can't read here. Anyway, what's the relevance?
Judge, this is posted in a series of Instagram posts just after the celebratory posts, including the one with the middle fingers from the defendant, and to be followed immediately by the Prosper and Junior G-Day Today posts and Hate Me Kindly posts. This is ultimately just to complete the posts from the morning after the homicide. Date and time stamp on this post relevant to our case would have been 10:52 a.m. on June 23rd.
Overrule the objection, be admitted.
Next, Judge, is the post that Ms. Ismer was referring to just prior in her same argument. D6.
Okay. Overrule the objection, be admitted.
D8,
What's that a picture of?
A still image of Joe Rod Adams, the individual referenced in the earlier photo by the defendant, also the individual that was killed in the homicide.
Okay.
Robert Howard pled guilty to.
And that was posted June 24th, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Overrule the objection, be admitted.
D9,
Same argument from the state, Your Honor.
All right. And that was posted.
I'm sorry, same argument being the relationship in time?
Relationship in time to the other post and relationship to specifically the content of the other posts.
Overrule the objection, be admitted.
D10,
And 11 are both images posted, you know, in relatively close time to each other. Both posted relating to individuals related to the case. Individual in D10 is the individual whose account is linked to paying for the Airbnb. Individual in D11 is the individual who is the author of the Foolio Dead music video. Both of those music videos posted to YouTube on the 24th and 25th, and the defendant immediately reposting those to his account. Both make references to, or at least the J. Breezy video makes reference to this particular murder. I could not tell you about the lyrics on Gravedigger. I have not memorized those.
Judge, my only additional argument there would be simply the fact that these are posted in the within the 2 days of the murder. There's no direct reference to the murder. These individuals are not related to the murder. They're not suspects in the murder. They're simply, as thousands of other individuals do, they follow drill rap videos. They post them. They share them. And I don't think there's any relationship to the crime and the offense at hand.
All right, well, again, that sounds like your argument that you would make to the jury or cross-examination of Detective Ramos. Overrule the objection, then come in. Okay. Any other exhibits, proposed exhibits that you object to? Have we talked about all of your objections? Mr. Gonzalez.
Judge, that covers the motion in limine number 7. Everything would be ruled on. We do have one more issue, Judge, and that is I had previously sought admission or told the court that I was going to be seeking admission to the text message that was screenshotted, text message communication that was screenshotted and on the extraction of the jointly owned phone.
Are you maintaining that, or are you withdrawing that? Because originally it was kept out due to the fact that it could be deemed improper character evidence, right? This looks like a conversation where someone is discussing how to smuggle a contraband cell phone into a prison, which is telling me.
Judge,
so, what's your position on this?
Briefly.
So here, and let me speak a little bit directly to your client, okay? And I don't know exactly what the relevance would be, so maybe you should tell me first what your position is.
Judge, we have already elicited testimony, and there is testimony in the record that the jury has heard that items that were purchased at Walmart,
Yes.
items that were purchased at Walmart that night, inclusive of a cell phone and other items that would in fact be contraband, cigarettes, a telephone cable, things of that nature, were meant in fact to go that weekend, the weekend of the murder, to the prison where Mr. Murphy's brother was incarcerated.
Well, I don't think that's come before the jury.
I'm sorry, Judge?
That hasn't come before the jury.
No,
Just the
Judge.
fact that he was at Walmart and was purchasing items, and I don't even remember getting in any detail into what he actually purchased.
I think
It showed him, and like the technology area or the phone area, but I don't remember any specifics yet coming before this jury.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, that Detective Ramos stated that he originally thought that that cell phone could be a burner phone for this particular offense. Come to find out during the course of his investigation, and he's meaning this text, that that's not the case. That it wasn't, that it wasn't for that
Okay.
purpose.
So that's why you saw it originally, and that's why the state originally cropped out the photo, right? There was a photo showing just the photo that the jury has seen was just the shoes, the purported shoes.
Correct, Judge.
Of your client.
Correct.
And then there were other items that were on the floorboard that the state did not include in the photo that went before the jury.
Yes,
Right?
Judge, and in looking at the totality of how,
So let me just ask you this, do you want to seek to admit this or not?
do I
Yeah,
want to
do you-
seek to admit
Yeah.
the text message? In conversation with my client, he wants to admit it.
Okay, so here's the thing, Mr. Murphy, Rashad Murphy. This is what we would refer to as a double-edged sword, okay? I could see how your attorney could potentially argue that this might be helpful to you, but it also could be harmful to you. And the reason why originally I'm assuming your attorney wanted to keep it out is because the state would never be able to introduce this text message in its case in chief against you, because it would be depicting improper bad character evidence on your part potentially. Because attempting to smuggle contraband items into a prison, again, it's a felony. So this would be an admission that you were attempting to commit a felony. So that's why the state could never introduce this as part of its case in chief. Now, if you really think this is important for your defense, after speaking with your attorney, this is your trial, okay? If that's what you really think and that's really what you want to do, then I'll let your attorney admit it. But you need to understand there is downside risks to this. And there may be upside, and the upside may be worth it to you versus the downside, but at the end of the day, it may be only downside, and you just need to understand that going into it. So I just want you to know that, okay? If you feel it's important, I'll let it come in, but you need to understand there's potential downside here. Okay, you want to talk to Mr. Gonzalez real quick about it? Or you know what you want to do? Why don't you just talk to him real quick, Mr. Gonzalez, and make sure what he wants to do.
Judge Weather would have, I think we saw one standing motion on the issue for Detective Ramos.
Okay, let me deal with Mr. Murphy first, and then I'll wrap up with you. Okay, so I tell you what, I'm going to give them time to continue talking. So what's your remaining issue, Mr.
I
Wise?
think the only remaining issue, I think everything else has been ruled on or worked out, but if you recall, there was a folder that was found in the iCloud somewhere buried deep that was found right before jury selection. That had videos from a club that Mr. Gathright is allegedly at the next night, the one in Orlando.
Right.
I believe Your Honor ruled that the Don Julio bottles can come in, but there's
Right.
one where he's allegedly doing, it's actually not the correct gang sign, but he's doing the 1200 with the wrong finger, and I think the state would like to admit that. I
Well,
believe,
Let's identify it for the record. What proper exhibit is it?
Checking, Your Honor. It is a video 94D6, and this is a still from the video. And oops, apologize. I can play the video as well for the court, but
Well,
it's just
that's okay.
something thrown during the video itself.
Okay, so your argument, he's making a sign.
well,
or
it is the wrong
something.
one, but in any event, he's not alleged to be a gang member. He's not charged with that one. Everyone has said he's not a gang member.
Right.
So I think it would be a 403 issue.
All right, that sounds like your argument for the jury. I'll overrule the objection. Okay?
And then the only other issue I think that's left, and this wouldn't really be from us, but just keep on court's radar, is that video from Mr.Gathright's interrogation room where he pushes up a ceiling tile.
Yeah. Is
But
it,
that'll be sometime tomorrow, I assume.
okay. Are you guys seeking to admit that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, we'll deal with that. What witness does that?
Detective Griffin.
Detective Griffin. Okay. Okay, so Mr. Gonzalez, has your client made a decision?
Judge, after discussion with Mr. Murphy, he is still seeking, admission of what would be Rashad Murphy's defense exhibit number 3, which is the text message.
Okay. Okay.
I just need one moment to speak to Detective Ramos about that. He's been told to stay away from it essentially,
Sure.
and to fix the.
Well, I tell you what, just let him know, because who knows, maybe,
Hold off, yeah.
hold off. Maybe during the direct of Detective Ramos, Mr. Rashad Murphy may have a change of heart, so let him know that if Mr. Gonzalez seeks to admit that exhibit, then it's fair game.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay?
Judge, and there is one more issue, connected issue, and that is the picture that was originally redacted. And so at this stage of the game, other than to admit it, which I'm sure Detective Ramos would be able to identify it in order to authenticate it, we do, I believe, already have in evidence the redacted picture.
Okay.
And I don't exactly know how we would handle
Well,
that.
can we substitute the exhibit?
What's been published already, unfortunately, is the redacted version, so I'd be happy to just make another exhibit. Add it to the list, or add it to that number, whatever is easiest. I'll do whatever.
Or can we get an instruction to the court, instruction to the jury, that they're to consider the new exhibit in substitute for what has already been admitted as?
Oh, I can tell them that this is just a broader view than what they saw. That's fine, and then that way, they don't think anyone's hiding anything from them.
Same exhibit number then, 101L, Your Honor?
What did it come in as originally?
101L.
Then let's make this 101L2, okay?
Nope, I printed another one.
And just remind me to tell the jury that this is just an expanded version of the original 101L,
Yes, sir.
okay? All right.
Judge, and it's going to be a state exhibit, right? I don't need to introduce it?
Yeah, it's gonna be a state exhibit, and so I guess, but do we want that coming in before you've made sure your client is 100%?
No, Judge, I was just thinking about how do we do it?
Yeah.
Because if we wait on it, then I can certainly make it.
So, yeah, so
Defense
let's do
exhibit
this,
3.
let's do this. If your defense exhibit number 3, correct, if it comes in, then at that point in time, we can do a stipulated introduction of 101L2. And I'll just explain to the jury, okay? Okay, that's what we'll do. Okay, anything else before we put Ramos back on the stand? And you need to talk to Ramos real quick?
Very quickly, Your Honor, yes.
Sure.
And I need to make an edit to the PowerPoint, which has those exhibits, to take out this updated photo.
Okay, so let the jury know we're almost ready. So 5-minute warning, we'll get going.
Yeah, the people who have specific knowledge of those individuals, yes.
In court, defense counsel's present, state's present, let's bring it in the jury.
All rise. All jurors are in.
Okay, very good. Welcome back, everybody. Have a seat. State card, next witness.
The state would recall Detective Juan Ramos.
All right, we'll go ahead and swear you in one more time, detective. Please raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this class will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, very good. You may proceed.
Thank you. Welcome back, Detective Ramos.
Good afternoon.
I want to start talking with you a little bit about the cell phone extraction from the device of an individual by the name of Darius Beals. How is it that you came to know there was relevant evidence related to that individual?
Yes, I learned from Christopher Dre back in Jacksonville that both of the Murphys were attempting to use Darius Beals as an alibi during the weekend of the homicide. So we obtained those Darius Beals phones download to see if we can cooperate that.
Yep. You may proceed.
And sir, did you have an opportunity to receive that extraction from Detective Drebeck as well?
Yes.
Did you take it upon yourself to also review the content of that extraction?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do with the information contained in that extraction to prove or disprove any of the information that you had received?
I researched through the data and obtained some information from within the phone that contradicted Mr. Beals being in Tampa.
Were you able to select specific dates in order to do that?
Yes.
What were the dates that you utilized of importance?
June 22nd, 2024, and June 23rd, 2024.
The date of the homicide in this case being the 23rd, early morning hours?
Yes.
As it related specifically to Mr. Murphy, at what time did you expect to see Darius Beal's device in Tampa? Rashad Murphy, excuse me.
For Rashad Murphy in the morning hours of the 23rd.
As it related to the statement from Defendant Davion Murphy, when did you expect to see Darius Beal's device in Tampa?
The afternoon hours of the 23rd.
Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to admit State's Exhibits number 86 and 147A through C.
I'm sorry, that was 86 and
147
A through E?
A through C.
C, okay. Any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
No additional objections, Your Honor.
Okay. Any additional objections, Mr. Sonardi?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Wise? Mr. Petrides? Be admitted? Okay.
Publishing State's Exhibit number 86, Your Honor. Sir, could you please tell us what exactly we're looking at here?
So in this exhibit, what I did was from Mr. Beal's cell phone, I extracted all of the GPS locations. So the store is storing GPS data in it for a variety of reasons. And I input those GPS locations into a program called CellHawk, which allows us to visualize where the device was for the specific time period. And we're looking at that visualization.
Did you also have an opportunity to review the latitude, longitude points for each one of the responses that came back from that cell phone?
Yes.
And include that in your mapping?
Yes.
What is it that we're looking for in State's Exhibit number 86 before we press play?
So what we're looking for here is to see if the device traveled to Tampa, and as outlined before we press play in the green box, it's indicative that all of the data analyzed never left outside of that green box.
Would you mind to stand just briefly for this
Sure.
to explain to us where the green box is that you're referring to?
So whenever you put the GPS location data into the program, it's going to create a box around where those GPS data are contained. And as you can see here in the display, the green box is limited to Jacksonville and north of Jacksonville, and there's no GPS locations in his phone that showed that it went anywhere near Tampa during that time period.
For the time and date stamps at the bottom right of the green box on the screen that we're seeing, is that something that will move around the video as we see the recording?
Yes, so on the right you can see the starting time, 6:21, going up to the bottom at 6:24. So what you see is all of the data points tracking within that time period, and you'll see some movement of the device throughout that time period.
Did you have an opportunity to place specific markers on the areas of location of importance for your investigation in Tampa?
Yes, so at the bottom left here by the red and blue pins, those are all our relevant locations in Tampa, to include the Airbnb that the defendant stayed at and all of the scenes where the victim was tracked at.
Publishing 86. Does the arm to the right indicating the movement that was tracked provide that that device was in the area of Tampa, Florida at any point on June 22nd or June 23rd of 2024?
No, it wasn't.
Did you have an opportunity specifically to look at a close-up of the device location from the relevant dates that you previously indicated?
Yes.
Is that what we're looking at here in slide 2 of 86?
It's correct. So this is just a visualization of what we just watched, however, zoomed in to Jacksonville to where the device was at.
May I just pause it to ask you, each time we see a little flicker with the green writing, is that another point at which the device has been geolocated to that location?
Correct. So every time you see a flicker, that's the device through some form of activity registering the GPS location, latitude and longitude of where the device is at that second.
Have you since become aware of what type of structure is at the location that the device was located?
Yes.
What is that?
That is Mr. Darius Beal's homes in Jacksonville.
And did you ultimately learn that there was a mall located in some kind of proximity to Darius Beal's residential address?
Yes, Mr. Beal lived right next to the Orange Park Mall.
Was there a time at which the location data that was coming from this depicting that the device would have been at the Orange Park Mall as well?
Yes, in the afternoon of the 23rd, between around 4 p.m.
Did you have an opportunity also to prepare what's depicted here, State's Exhibit 86-3?
Yes.
What are you looking at? Go ahead.
Sorry. So this is, instead of the video visualization where you can see the movements, this is just a still photograph of all the GPS points that were plotted for Mr. Beal's phone during the weekend of the 22nd and the 23rd. So every one of those is a hit GPS location of where his phone was at in that specific weekend.
And that includes outside of the time frame that we've seen in the GPS data that we just looked at?
Yes, this is 6/21 to 6/24.
So is there a broader time frame that's included for this particular dot map?
Yes.
And lastly, at 86, is this an example of what the native information that you utilize in creating these maps for us actually looks like?
Yes.
Do you download or input these files in some way?
Yes, so from the cell phone extraction, I would export this data onto an Excel sheet and then load it into CellHawk, and it would register specifically the latitude and longitude to plot those points on a map.
Now for State's Exhibit 147, in addition to the extraction of the location information that we've just seen, you can have a seat.
Yep.
Did you have an opportunity to analyze the actual content on the device itself?
I did.
And in analyzing that information, what types of evidence were you looking for?
We're looking for evidence of who's possessing the phone at the time, and that could be digital files, whether somebody's taking selfies, or also how they're accessing the phone, whether they're putting in a passcode or whether they're using biometrics like a facial scan to open the phone. All that data would be in the extraction for me to look at.
Looking first to 147B, over the course of June 22nd, June 23rd, and June 24th of 2024, did you have an opportunity to determine whether there were photographs on Darius Beals' device that we just saw tracking for?
Yes, approximately 8 photos that appeared to be selfies found within that weekend. And Mr. Darius Beals is depicted in those photos, and all of those photos had a reference time of throughout that weekend.
On the second page of 147B, are these additional photos from the time frame June 22nd through June 24th?
Yes.
Did some include, for example, if we look at the top of the image that's on the screen now, the second page of 147B, some also included movies or videos, action images?
Correct.
Okay. And is this something that you would have done to further establish the actual possessor of the device, not
Correct.
just the location?
Yes.
Okay. Lastly, the third page of 147B, are these the last 2 photos that were also collected from that specific device
Yes.
within that time frame?
Yes.
Specifically at the image on top, 6/23 of 2024 at 12:22 a.m. Has that been adjusted to Eastern Standard Time?
Yes.
At 12:22 a.m. was this photograph documented on this particular device?
Yes.
In 147A, is this an example if you put just one of those latitude or longitude points into the software we've discussed?
Correct.
And what are we looking at here? What did you put in or plug in?
So specifically, I put in just one hit on the phone from the 23rd, and it was at 2:04 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and it showed that the phone was at the position latitude and longitude, and that specific latitude and longitude is Mr. Darius Beals' home.
When you provide the exhibit or the extraction, such as what we're seeing on the screen, do you have the ability to actually zoom into that pen and look at different locations as well?
Yes.
Lastly, in addition to the photographs, did you search for biometric information on Mr. Beals' device?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that is?
So this is specifically a log for the June 23rd, so the day of the homicide, starting in the morning and going into the afternoon. And what I found was at least 34 times a biometric feature was used to unlock the phone. This specific phone was an iPhone 11, so the only biometric feature that the iPhone can utilize to unlock it is a facial recognition scan.
Did you go through that process in the entirety of June 23rd of 2024 for Mr. Beals?
Yes.
And is that what we're seeing here, pages 1 through 4 of the biometric information?
Yes, starting at 9:41 a.m. and going down in chronological order.
Prior to that, had you seen any entries of unlocking the device?
No.
Prior to 9:41 a.m.?
Not by biometrics, no.
At the conclusion of your review of that information from Mr. Beals' device, did you draw your own conclusions regarding the statements that were provided to law enforcement by Rashad Murphy and Davion Murphy during the course of their interviews?
Yes, I did.
Was the device of Darius Beals or any information to support the person of Darius Beals was in Tampa on June 23rd of 2024?
There's no evidence that Mr. Beals or his device were in Tampa on June 23rd, 2024.
I want to move now back to your investigation, if I may. Can you see the screen in front of you? Not yet. Can you stop?
Yes.
All right. Did you, as throughout the course of your investigation, having collected the relevant evidence in this case, document essentially a timeline of events between the defendants in this case?
Yes, I did.
First, on the date that each of the defendants had been arrested, what is the process for booking them into custody?
The process, I'm sorry, repeat the question one more time.
How are they booked into custody? What happens when they go to the jail?
When they go to the jail, typically what would happen is they would get a booking photograph and their fingerprint scanned, so the jail would obtain all identifying information to get them booked into the jail.
Did you have an opportunity to review specific booking photos for each of the defendants seated before you today?
Yes, I did.
And would that include Davion and Rashad Murphy,
Yes.
Sean Gathright,
Yes.
and Isaiah Chance?
Yes.
Did that also include co-defendant Alicia Andrews?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to admit states 98A through D.
Okay, any objection?
No objection?
Mr. Wise? Mr. Petridis? Admitted?
Are these, or do these photos fairly and accurately represent the booking photos for each of the defendants that were captured when they were booked into the Hillsborough County Jail?
Yes, they do.
This would have been after transport from the county from which they were arrested in, correct?
Yes, these photos are all from the Hillsborough County Jail.
And speaking about the portions of your investigation where you collected certain types of evidence, were there social media accounts that you wrote search warrants for and subpoenas to?
Yes.
How does that process work?
So typically when we identify a social media account belonging to a suspect that we're investigating, we start off by writing a subpoena to the whoever holds the data for that account. So if it's Instagram, it could be Meta or Google. So we write a subpoena. The company then returns identifying information for that account. And from there, if we develop probable cause, we can write a search warrant in order to get more information or more data, specifically content, messaging, things like that.
Did you have an opportunity to do that for the victim, in this case, Charles Jones?
Yes.
When you wrote a subpoena, were you provided with sufficient responses to be able to obtain a search warrant as well?
Yes.
Was that search warrant approved?
Yes.
Did you run that same process for defendants Rashad Murphy, Isaiah Chance, and Sean Gathright?
Yes.
Why did you not run that process for defendant Davion Murphy?
I was unable to locate an Instagram account or social media profile for Mr. Davion Murphy.
And at the time, had you done the same thing for Alicia Andrews?
Yes.
Looking first to the social media account for Julio Foolio or Charles Jones, you already previously testified about having screen recorded the account from the day of the incident. Is that correct?
Yes.
Would obtaining a search warrant allow you to get more information?
Yes.
What kind of information do you get that's more than just your screen recording?
So what we're going to see with a search warrant is all the metadata from the company, which will include things like the location or time and date. Sometimes you get location, sometimes you get content. Specifically, we like to see if we're referencing a post, the exact date and time down to the second when that post was made, so we can fit it into the timeline, understanding it better.
Were you able to capture posts from both before and after the time of Charles Jones's death?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the state seeks to admit states 95F, I believe 95A through D have previously been admitted.
Okay, any objection to 95F? Mr. Gonzalez?
95F?
Yes.
Is that going to be just a new exhibit?
Yes, sir. It is not, it is from the list from today. That's right, it's just the first one.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Sonardi?
No objection.
Mr. Wise?
Certainly, Judge, said,
Subject to renewal of all previously made objections. Any new objection? No. Mr. Wise, any new objection? No, Your Honor. Mr. Petridis, any new objection? Okay, be admitted.
And sir, you previously indicated that you had an opportunity to screen record the victim's Instagram posts from the early morning hours of the homicide.
Correct.
At the time that you completed this screen recording, so in the hours after the murder, did you have the posts that occurred 24 hours or more in advance?
I had the posts that occurred within 24 hours of me viewing it, and not the ones made before that.
Not the ones made before that.
Yeah.
Did you know anything or have any information at the time that you viewed this account about what Charles Jones was doing before the posts that were on his social media account?
The only information I had was starting with Friday night, the 21st. Before that, no.
When you received the return from Instagram on the search warrant that was executed for Mr. Jones's records, did you receive stills and the actual video clips like what we're seeing here?
Yes, correct.
And on the stills, for example, of this particular post, I don't even drink this ain't me, this post itself, would you have also had data which gave you date, time, those types of things?
Yes,
Is that something that you don't necessarily get with the screen recording itself?
correct.
Are those returns in UTC as well?
Yes,
And is this 95A what we'd previously seen as the Airbnb and posts from victim Charles Jones's account before the homicide?
correct.
Did you have an opportunity? Sorry about that. Did you have an opportunity to write search warrants and obtain returns for Instagram accounts for Rashad Murphy, Sean Gathright, and Isaiah Chance?
Yes.
Under the names of what? Specifically for Rashad Murphy?
Ghost 187 with 7 underscores after it.
And for Sean Gathright?
This one's at with the number 5, Andre Chandre.
And lastly, Isaiah Chance?
Yes, double G Gutazay.
Your Honor, the state seeks at this time to admit states 87A through E.
Okay, other than previously made objections, any new objections, Mr. Gonzalez?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Sonardi?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Wise? Mr. Petridis? Okay, they'll be admitted.
Your Honor, my apologies, 88A through F and 97.
Okay, one more time, 88, A through F, and 97?
Yes, 87, 88, 97.
I'm sorry, wait, 87, 88?
3 total exhibits, Your Honor. 87A through E,
Okay,
88A through F,
okay,
and 97.
97, okay. Any objection to these, Mr. Gonzalez,
Just
other
the
than
one photo.
previously made
No, Your
objections?
I mean, the account info, but just the one photo.
Mr. Sonardi?
No objection.
Okay, Mr. Wise?
No objection.
Mr. Petridis? These exhibits will be admitted.
Did you have an opportunity to review the content from the returns on the exhibits I just mentioned
Yes,
from Instagram itself?
yes,
Did you capture the time frame as was charged in the indictment in this case in reviewing that content?
correct.
And did you pull items of potential evidentiary value from your analysis of the evidence that was included in the return from Meta?
Yes.
What specific time frame did you utilize?
Specifically June 1st to June 24th.
Did you have reason to include that specific amount of time or that time frame?
Yes, we had evidence that there was a conspiracy or the things were coming into play even before the weekend of the murder.
Turning now to the actual cell phone records, how do the cell phone records differ from the records that we've just discussed from Instagram?
So the cell phone records are going to be tied to the cellular device and specifically the companies that service those cell phones to provide them a connection. Typically AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, companies like that. Instagram is a social media account, whereas in the cell phone records, they're going to be called detail records and cell site engagements directly from the cell phone provider.
Do you get additional information, call logs, subscriber information on the returns from cell phone records?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to obtain the cell phone records with the information that you've just testified to for each of the defendants in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to admit states 75A through D, 101A, 73A through D, 72A through D, and 71A through D.
All right, other than previously made objections, any new objections, Mr. Gonzalez?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Sinardi?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Wise? Mr. Petrides? Okay, admitted.
And lastly, Detective, did you have an opportunity to seek returns from something called iCloud?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that is?
So iCloud is a kind of a remote storage that Apple uses to store data from your phone if you have an iPhone or an Apple product. If we don't have a physical device to do an extraction from, the next best thing would be to try to get a iCloud backup in case you've backed up your data from that device onto the iCloud.
Are those backups relevant only in relation to the last time the device was backed up?
Correct.
And what types of information are included on those backups?
So it could be a substantial amount or limited. It all depends on what the user has preset. So some people only back up, let's say, photos or videos. Some people back up the context of messaging. So it all depends on what the user has determined they want to back up. But it could be a substantial amount of data that would be found on your phone.
Were you able to obtain a full iCloud return from Davion Murphy's cell phone number?
I got an iCloud backup. It wasn't full, though.
How do you know when you review the content of it whether the device information or the backup itself is full?
There would be missing pieces. So specifically, there was no messaging for the period requested. So that's indicating that that user likely didn't have his iCloud set to backup messaging.
What's the legal basis?
He's been qualified as an expert. He's giving opinion. I'm not saying fact, Your Honor.
Okay. Rephrase.
In your review of the cell phone extraction for Davion Murphy that was returned from Apple, did you see any text messages?
No.
Did you see a significant amount of photographs?
Yes.
What about video evidence?
Yes.
And were you able to view subscriber information connected to the return itself?
Yes.
Is there a software that you use to review all of the returns that come back from iCloud?
Correct.
What is that software?
Cellbrite.
And how do you use that when the information comes to you?
So the data comes from Apple, and then that data gets put into Cellbrite. It gets parsed out so that we can view it, basically, so that I can conduct a search of the data in a viewable form to see the photos or any other data that's in that iCloud account.
The data that actually is received initially, is it something that's in a readable format for you?
No, it's raw data.
And so is Cellbrite a software that your agency utilizes?
Correct.
Did you do the same for a return from Sean Gathrigh's device?
Yes.
And from the device of Sean Gathright, were you able to obtain a full extraction?
Not a full one as well.
What about from Isaiah Chance?
I got an account, but not a full one, no.
And lastly, Miss Alicia Andrews?
Same thing.
When you opened the extractions or utilized the software to open these extractions, were you able to view subscriber information?
Yes.
And did you have returns on iCloud accounts that you reviewed specifically for all of the four defendants previously mentioned? Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to introduce Exhibits 134, 135, 136, 138, 94, and 75.
All right, other than previously made objections.
No new objections, Your Honor.
Okay,
No new objections.
Mr.
Just a moment.
Sure.
No further objection.
Okay, Mr. Petrides? Okay, all previously made objections are renewed and they will be admitted.
All right, sir, I'd like to start, Detective, with Sean Gathright. Can we do that?
Yes.
His account returns, you indicated you had an iCloud account for Mr. Gathright, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you have a phone number that through the course of your investigation you were able to confirm belonging to Mr. Gathright?
Yes.
And did you link that phone number to a cell phone provider?
Yes.
Did you also link Mr. Gathright to a social media account?
Yes.
In reviewing SeanGathright's returns from each of those account holders, were you able to confirm an email address or multiple email addresses associated to Mr. Gathright?
Yes.
And was there any timing specifically related to the returns that you had for Mr. Gathright having multiple email accounts?
Yes.
What was that significance?
One of those emails accounts was created post-murder.
Was the rock out Sean with double letters at iCloud.com email account utilized in the new device that was located by law enforcement subsequently on the search?
Yes.
The rock out Sean account was?
I'm sorry. One was before, one was after.
Okay, I'm sorry. So the Redman 5 was the after?
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you for clarifying. I apologize if I was confusing. Did you have an opportunity to review the returns from the Instagram?
Yes.
Were there a significant number of items from the Instagram returns, starting first with State's Exhibit number 97, that were actually relevant to your investigation?
Yes.
What, if anything, was relevant to your investigation from the Instagram return?
I'm sorry, for Mr. Gathright specifically?
Just gonna start with
yeah, no, there wasn't much in his Instagram that was relevant.
Were you able to preserve or confirm the email address that was utilized to create that account?
Yes.
And was that same email address utilized in the iCloud records that you reviewed?
Correct. So we can see under account identifier, rockoutsean at iCloud.com was an email address that we had in common between his Instagram and his iCloud account.
And still states number 97. Were there any other photographs other than the profile picture depicted or information that were obtained from this particular extraction?
No.
Did you execute then a search warrant for the iCloud records and review the content that was returned with those?
Yes.
For iCloud, if an email address or phone number is registered to more than one account, are you able to obtain more than one account?
Correct.
In states 97, 136, and 138, did you obtain multiple returns from Sean Gathright's iCloud search warrant?
Yes.
When Apple provides you multiple returns, do you have the opportunity to actually go through the content from each one?
Yes.
In this particular case, did you review the contents from the Rockout Sean at iCloud.com and the Redman 5X at iCloud.com?
Correct.
Did you have a physical device with information from the date and time of the homicide to review related to Sean Gathright?
No.
Was this search warrant returned to iCloud the data or information that you obtained or retrieved from that, from the iCloud, whatever had been backed up from the device?
Yes, so specifically, we don't have the physical device, but the data that we're viewing on the iCloud is from that physical device that would have been in his possession during the specific time period.
Were you able to check the date and timestamps to confirm such?
Yes.
And was that related to the iCloud account of Rockout Sean?
Yes.
Were you able in the returns to confirm a phone number?
Yes.
Was that phone number utilized across other platforms as well?
Yes.
Did you cross-reference the phone number for this account?
Yes.
And did it match the phone number utilized in this case for Sean Gathright?
Correct.
Did this phone number also appear in the cellular records for Mr. Gathright?
Yes.
Did this phone number appear in the cellular records for Mr. Gathright's co-defendants?
I'm sorry, is it communication with him?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you obtain this return in 73B from AT&T for defendant Sean Gathright?
Yes.
Were you able to confirm the identifiers for the user of that device in that return?
Yes, so this is from AT&T. Well, for that, when I send them for the subscriber information for that phone number, they sent back a subscriber information so we can identify who that phone number belongs to. Specifically, they put the name as Sean Gathright.
Related to this specific return, did you also get other types of records?
Yes.
Like what?
Call detail records, timing advance, and CDRs with cell sites, so cellular location data.
What is a CDR or a call detail record?
Call detail records will be at any time that you're utilizing the actual network from your device. So AT&T, specifically mostly text messages and phone calls. So if you dial a phone number or send out a text message and it goes through AT&T's network, it would be registered in call detail records.
What about if you did FaceTime on Wi-Fi?
No, so because like if you did iPhone to iPhone on that would utilize Apple's networks or the internet through Wi-Fi, so that wouldn't be registered on call detail records at all.
Is that the same for iMessaging and text messages?
Correct.
What's the difference in those two?
So again, iMessaging is utilizing Apple's network, so it would not be registered on AT&T's call detail records.
Is there another way within the device that you are able to retrieve or recover iMessages?
Yes, so if we get the iCloud dump and or backup and the messages have been backed up to the cloud, then we would be able to see the messages that way from Apple directly.
Did you have an opportunity to obtain records related to specifically Isaiah Chance?
Yes.
Our Mastermind one-on-one at iCloud, was that related to an Apple return that you received from Apple for Mr. Chance?
Yes.
Did you also receive gutaze42 at Gmail as a return from Apple?
Yes.
Are you able to use email addresses other than iCloud.com when utilizing Apple's iCloud service?
Yes.
Okay, and what happens when you use the iCloud again? Where does the information go when you're using iCloud?
Specifically being stored on Apple's servers remotely.
And you were able to complete a search warrant in the return based on the phone number itself?
When we send the phone number off to the cell phone provider, they let us know what device was being utilized, and because an iPhone was being utilized, that gets us to Apple.
Did you also have account returns for additional items for evidentiary value related to Mr. Chance?
Yes.
What about Gutta double G Gutta Zay or G Gutta Zay? Were those account names utilized in this case on your returns for Isaiah Chance?
Yes.
And lastly, Mr. Rich Off War, was that an account name utilized for Mr. Isaiah Chance on the returns that you obtained?
Yeah, that was, I believe, Cash App for that one, yes.
And starting first with 87B, did you obtain an extraction from Instagram for G Gutta Zay?
Yes.
Did you review the contents of that extraction?
Yes.
Contained within that extraction were there profile images?
Yes.
Also contained with that in that extraction, is there identifying information that you're looking for?
Yes, subscriber information, any email addresses or phone numbers.
In 87A, was that information recoverable from the Instagram return records for Isaiah Chance?
Yes, we got a vanity name, the email address, and a phone number.
Were you able to link this email address to that account based on the return from Apple as well?
Yes.
What about this phone number that's linked to the account as verified? Were you able to identify the phone number that was ending 7534?
Yeah, that was an old phone number for defendant Isaiah Chance.
Were you able to subpoena records to confirm that that was an old phone number that had been utilized?
No, it was no longer his phone number.
Had you, in the returns from your applications for a search warrant or subpoena to other accounts linked to Isaiah Chance, reviewed that number as an old number that was utilized?
Yes.
Specifically in iCloud, did you have an opportunity to review the contact information or the location information related to Isaiah Chance?
Yes.
Was the number that had been utilized previously by date and time as it was registered with iCloud depicted on the returns?
Yes.
And is that 7534 number that was utilized to create the Instagram?
Correct.
And did that number ultimately change?
Correct.
Did the residential address for those accounts remain the same?
Yes.
In looking at that iCloud account itself, were you able to confirm the address that was returned on the iCloud return as being a legitimate address for Mr. Chance?
It was one of the addresses historically listed under his driver's license information, correct?
And did you obtain the records on the right from another subpoena to Cash App, the image specifically?
That image specifically came from Cash App. Cash App requires a user to upload a picture of their ID.
And was this the ID that was utilized in the Cash App,
Cor-
or at least provided to you from the Cash App return?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to admit State's Exhibit number 93.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Sonardi?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Wise? Okay, Mr. Petratus? Okay, no new objections, it'll be admitted.
And then, sir, did you have an opportunity to review the actual phone record returns for the same individual, Mr. Chance, when the subpoena returned back from AT&T?
Yes.
Was AT&T the provider for the cell phone device or information for Isaiah Chance?
Yes.
And were you able to confirm that information in your review of those records?
Correct.
Were you able to confirm the active number at the time of your homicide is the number depicted ending in 4707 here?
That is correct.
Rashad Murphy, did you have an opportunity to complete the same for Rashad Murphy?
Yes.
With the exception of the cellular device, did you actually obtain a search warrant for the Instagram account linked to Mr. Murphy?
Yes, I did.
And what about the Gmail account itself?
That was a subpoena for subscriber information.
Did you obtain a return on that subpoena?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to review the content on the return from that subpoena?
Yes.
Starting first with the Instagram records at State's Exhibit 88A for this account. Ghost187 Official, is that an email address used to make this account?
Correct. So when you set up your Instagram, you don't have to submit too much information. In this specific Instagram account, the only subscriber identifier that they gave us was a vanity name, Ghost187, and then the registration email address, the email address the user used to create the Instagram account.
And I've kind of condensed or tried my best to condense it to a slide, but do you receive a significant volume of information on your returns from Instagram?
Yes.
The metadata?
Yes.
Do you then go through that information searching for dates and times that are relevant to your case?
Correct.
Did you do that in this case with Ghost187, the Instagram account?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to admit State's Exhibit number 108.
No new objections, Your Honor.
Okay, any, other than previously made objections, any new objections, Mr. Sonardi?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Wise? Mr. Petrides? Okay, that will be admitted.
Did you have an opportunity at this point to review the screen recording from the account Ghost187 on Instagram?
Yes.
And could you see any identifiable markers at that point?
No.
No photos or pictures that identified the account holder?
No.
What steps did you take when you actually received this Instagram return to identify the account holder's information?
Being that all we had was a registration email, since it was a Gmail, what I did is I subpoenaed Google to have them give me subscriber information on that Gmail to see who the owner of that Gmail was in an attempt to identify the owner of this Instagram account.
When you reviewed the screen recording or looked at the account itself, was there a legal or recognizable name that was utilized in the profile that you could potentially search?
No.
Was a name listed on there?
No.
On the profile itself, in the descriptor area, was there a name or words listed?
I'm sorry, for Instagram or Gmail?
Yes, for Instagram.
No. I'm sorry, you gotta rephrase the question.
On the Instagram account itself, the screen recording that you received from Detective Drabeck
Yes.
of Ghost187's account after the homicide.
Correct.
You with me?
Yes,
Okay.
sorry.
No, that's okay. In the descriptor location under the profile picture,
Yes, there
was
was
there some paragraph about a descriptor?
Yes, there is.
Were there names or words written in that descriptor paragraph?
Yes, correct.
Were there any legal government names or identifiable persons that you could find in the course of your investigation that were listed there?
I believe so.
A name of an individual?
Not a legal name, no.
Okay.
There was a name in there, but it wasn't a legal name that I could attribute to anybody.
You actually searched for it, is I guess my ultimate point.
Yes, correct.
When you obtained the returns in State's Exhibit number 108 from Google, were you able to look at the proprietary information for the billing info on the account that we've discussed?
Yes.
Ghost187official@gmail.
Yes.
Is this the account that was utilized to create the Ghost187 Instagram account?
Correct.
And what information was of significance to you on the Google returns?
So because of the use of different kinds of names that might not be legal names or might be aliases, I focus in on the Google Pay information that was attached to that Gmail because you can't utilize a fake name or an alias or not a real name, specifically when it comes to Google Pay. And the Google Pay account linked to that Gmail had the person's real name, which was listed in the return as Rashad Murphy.
The Google Pay information also includes additional information as well.
Correct.
So did you have an opportunity to review it in its entirety for the financial institution types or the card numbers, that kind of thing?
I reviewed their return, yes.
And in your review of the return from Google, were you able to determine who that email account was registered to?
Yes.
Who was that?
Rashad Murphy.
And lastly, for Mr. Davian Murphy, were you able to confirm the phone number associated to that account?
Correct.
Was 108 admitted?
I believe so, 108.
It wasn't.
Say that again.
She did ask, but it hasn't been admitted yet?
Oh, I apologize.
Okay, any objection to 108, Mr. Gonzalez?
No new objection, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Sonardi?
No objection.
Miss- Okay, Mr. Wise? Mr. Petrides? Admitted.
Did you do the same with Mr. Davian Murphy's information?
Correct.
How did you come to gain the information for his assigned phone number?
That specific number showed up in Rashad Murphy's CDR records.
The call detail records.
Correct.
So you had reviewed the returns from the cell phone providers,
Yes.
and what did you do, or what were you looking at specifically in reviewing those returns?
I was looking for phone calls that they would have made during the relevant time periods, and I found this phone number and ran it in the system, and it came back to Davian Murphy.
Had you had other information, or were you developing other information at that time based on the course of your investigation that also made Mr. Murphy a suspect in your case?
Yes, specifically a photograph from Rashad Murphy's device that had a picture of his ID in it.
Did you also have the data or download from the Ring camera at the Airbnb location?
Correct.
Did you obtain a subpoena for the records from T-Mobile?
Yes.
And did you ultimately seek a return from the records for T-Mobile for the device assigned to Davian Murphy?
Yes.
Was an email address also provided for Davian Murphy?
Correct.
The state would seek to admit, if not previously admitted, State's Exhibit number 134. I believe it should be in.
Mr. Gonzalez, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Sonardi?
No objection.
And Mr. Wise? Mr. Petrides? Okay, that will be admitted. And just so you know, I told the jury 6, we're gonna go to 6:15, and then that's it for today, okay?
Will you just yell when you're on her?
I shall.
Thank you. Did you have an opportunity to review the records that were provided in State's Exhibit 134B, the return from T-Mobile?
Yes.
Publishing 134B, is this the subscriber information page that T-Mobile had provided to you?
Correct.
Were you able to establish a relationship between the defendant and an individual by the name of Serena Beeks? Or was there some relationship between the two?
Family.
And the subscriber name, did it reflect Davian Murphy?
No.
Throughout the course of your investigation or speaking with other law enforcement officers, did you determine or were you able to learn of the significance of the subscriber name utilized to create this account?
Yes, specifically Suge and Spaz are nicknames to people who died in the war.
Did you have an opportunity to obtain an iCloud return as well for the email address that was utilized to create the accounts?
Yes.
And was that Davian Murphy 44 at Gmail?
Correct.
I'm going to publish States 134, B. Is the return also able to give you any additional information regarding subscriber information?
Yes.
Was there a different name utilized in 134B for the return from iCloud for the subscriber?
Yeah, it appears to be another fake name, Koopa Cutway.
Did you have an opportunity to observe whether the email account that was utilized for both the cell phone and the iCloud return were the same?
Yes, davionmurphy44@gmail.com.
And was the number utilized to register both also the same?
Correct.
Throughout the course of your investigation, was the number ending 3137 attributed to Defendant Davion Murphy?
Yes, that is correct.
Your Honor, I believe the next portion is actually when we actually dig into the timeline, so it may be a better time to stop.
Sure. Okay. All right, very good. So, members of the jury, we're going to have our evening recess. We will reconvene at tomorrow at 9 a.m. Just remember my previous instruction. You're not to discuss anything about this case with anyone, read, watch, listen to any news or social media posts, and you're not to do any independent investigation. So, just so you know the schedule, we are working towards the conclusion of the evidence happening sometime Wednesday. Thursday, we would come back for closing arguments, and then Friday morning, you all would come back for the final instructions on the law, okay? So my plan is to attempt to send the case to you Friday morning, all right, just so you know. And so that may mean we may have to work a little bit past 5 these next couple of days to get the evidence in and done, but we are making really good progress, and I just want to thank you all so much for your patience with this, and we're almost there, all right? Very good. See you tomorrow at 9 a.m.
All right. All jurors are out, bitch.
Okay, very good. All right, everyone, see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. I have a quick matter and another death penalty, 3851. It'll take me just 2 minutes in the morning at 9 a.m. and then we'll get going, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
Detective Ramos, same thing. You, again, on the stand, you've not yet been cross-examined. You can't talk to anybody, including the prosecutors, about anything related to this case, okay? All right, see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Maybe like,
Yeah.
whatever. 9 a.m. Get a blanket.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Well, I hate to have that go out. That's fine. Yeah.
I had marked it already. 98.
Okay. All right. And a